watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Hope you had a good weekend and we appreciate you joining us here at this 11 o'clock hour on Fox Local. Want to let you know we are keeping an eye on a couple of news conferences and things happening in the Tampa area right now. On the left there, give you a live look at Tampa International Airport. You see a number of TSA workers and the big banner saying thank you TSA. We are expecting to hear from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem any minute now, speaking there alongside those TSA workers. We don't know the exact topic, but she has been traveling around to multiple airports across the country, thanking the TSA workers for their efforts, especially during the government shutdown, and has been delivering some bonus checks to some of the workers at these airports. So it could be something along those lines. We will take you there live as soon as that news conference begins. On the right there, you're looking live at the University of South Florida. They're having a news conference right now at their Alumni Center, introducing their new head football coach, Brian Hartline, offensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes, going to be the 7th head coach for the USF Bulls, replacing Alex Golesh, who was hired by Auburn, taking over a job in the SEC. So an exciting hire for the Bulls in Tampa, and they are getting ready to hold a news conference where they will be introducing Brian Hartline. And let's go ahead and listen in here as some of these introductions get underway at this news conference in Tampa. And as soon as Secretary Noem walks up, we will take you there. So let's go ahead and listen in live here.
Feel. And at USF, you can feel the momentum on our campus. You can feel it in our academic performance. You can feel it in our research. You can feel it on the fields and on the courts in our athletic programs. There's never been a better time to be a Bull than right now. You know, there's a lot of conversation that's going on about the future of college football and college athletics, but that's not up to us. I learned a long time ago a prayer called the Serenity Prayer. Anybody know it? God grant me the serenity to know the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We can't control everything in college athletics, but what we can do is make sure we have the right leadership, that we have the alignment, and that we have the resources to be ready for whatever comes. In sports, people talk a lot about to be successful in college athletics, there's one thing you have to have, and it is that word alignment. Coach, I want you to know we have alignment here in spades. Everyone here has your back and your success and our student athlete success on their minds. Athletics is often the first experience or impression that someone may have on a university. And we want that reflection to be who we are as Bulls. Bold, modern, competitive, and ambitious. With Coach Hartline, what we're signaling is that USF is not just about participating in college athletics. We are competing to win and to win on the biggest stages of sports. Brian, Kara, and their family, you're not just joining a USF family here, you're joining a university community that is moving with a purpose. As Tampa has matured into one of America's most dynamic cities and regions, USF has emerged as one of the most dynamic public universities in the nation. And these two stories are not inseparable. Over the past 4 years, President Ria Law has been the tip of that spear, a fearless and inspirational leader for the University of South Florida for decades. Nobody represents the Bull Nation better than President Ria Law, and it's my honor to introduce our president, your president, Ria Law, to the stage. Go Bulls!
Thank you, Will, and I am so pleased to be here with all of you today. This is so exciting. because now we are celebrating a new era in USF football. I want to acknowledge our alumni, our donors, our community supporters. You know, your energy is actually contagious, and it spreads far beyond the boundaries of this room. It makes a difference for our entire community, and we are so proud to be able to say that we've taken another step up, another step towards reaching those bold goals that we have set for ourselves. We could not be more proud than to welcome Coach Brian Hartline and his entire family to the University of South Florida. And one of the reasons is he brings a wealth of experience at the highest level of football, but more than that, he has a relentless drive for excellence. And on top of that, he has a reputation for coaching and mentoring our student athletes and creating those young men into leaders. And he shares our commitment also for fostering a culture of success, not only on the field, but off the field. As Trustee just said to us a few moments ago, you know, the intercollegiate athletics is in fact the front door for an institution. They create a stronger community connection, and they give our students, our faculty, our donors, our alumni, a renewed sense of pride about being a USF Bull, and that means something. And a winning athletics program brings national attention to this university, and we are catching the attention around the country, and it's only going to get better. So as we continue to rise in our athletic stature, as well as in our research powerhouse initiatives, we are committed to being an elite athletic program. And because of that, we have been making strategic investments in our football program and across all of USF athletics. I'm going to give you just a few examples. You've already heard about our...
We're hearing from the USF president speaking live right now in Tampa ahead of the introduction of Brian Hartline as the new Bulls head coach, one of many new head coaches here around Florida in the college football world. We are still waiting to hear from Secretary Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, speaking at the Tampa International Airport in any minute now. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this, get you back to some of these live events that we are tracking right now here on Fox Local and YouTube. So keep it right here.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning. Still waiting for Secretary Noem, the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary, to begin speaking in Tampa alongside a number of TSA workers who you see gathered there on the stage there with the sign saying "Thank you, TSA." She has been going around to many airports across the country, or at least several of them, where she has been thanking TSA workers for their service, highlighting some of their efforts during the government shutdown, offering up some bonuses as well. And she's at the TPA right now, getting ready to hold that news conference any minute now, and we will take you there live when it does begin. On the right, you are seeing Rob Higgins. He's the CEO of athletics at the University of South Florida. The Bulls athletic program getting ready to introduce Brian Hartline as their new head football coach. He comes from Ohio State, who you may know is having a great year and a good offensive season. And Brian Hartline, the offensive coordinator at Ohio State University, now the head coach at USF, getting ready to be introduced. So we will take you there live and go ahead and listen in here as USF introduces their new head football coach.
Next, from the moment we met, I knew we had an identical vision of what USF football can become right in this very moment.
So we will keep an eye on that and an ear on that, and also make sure you hear from Brian Hartline. But want to get you right now to Tampa International Airport, where Homeland Security Kristi Noem Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has just walked out and is being introduced at this news conference at Tampa International Airport. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Secretary Noem.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate it. And Kirk is in a leadership position here as FSD at the Tampa Airport, and we so appreciate all that he does every day to get up and to keep people safe here. Today we have an exciting announcement. As you know, the TSA is tasked with keeping people safe while they travel on our airlines and they go through our airport security systems and do a phenomenal behind me and many, many more across the country not receiving their paychecks. The Democratic shutdown was devastating to them financially, to their families, to taking care of those that they love and putting food on the table and roof over their head each and every day. It negatively impacted the lives of millions of Americans, including the hardworking employees at the Transportation Security Administration. So today, we get the opportunity to do something different. Now that the government is open and operating, these individuals behind us, they continue to serve regardless of their situation and to keep people safe, getting paid, and the government was shut down. Despite those shameful partisan games, our TSA employees showed up every single day and went above and beyond to serve the American people. Now, we've made some exciting announcements at TSA recently. You've seen me in the last few weeks announce a $1 billion investment into new technology that will be deployed across the country at our security checkpoints to increase not just security systems for individuals that use our airlines, but also will make their jobs easier and more efficient. And they'll be able to focus on those that travel, but also know that the technology that they're using is streamlined process to help them get people through those checkpoints even faster. We also have announced that we are implementing Real ID, and they've been doing phenomenal work making sure that people who travel have the right information, that they have the correct ID, and so far we have 94% compliance with Real ID across our airport systems. Real ID was passed in law over 20 years ago, and no administration had implemented and put it in place, and it's incredibly important that we know that people are traveling on our airlines should be there, that they pass security checkpoints, that we know who they are, and that they're using an ID that is verifiable and that it is compliant with the law. So that implementation has been put in place. We're grateful to see people across the country and around the world using Real IDs, but we're also making sure that it's facilitated and that people understand that we will be following the law. And now these individuals behind me, I want to talk a little bit about them, because they're all being recognized for exemplary service during difficult times, but also on every single day when they show up. I'm so proud of them, and I'm proud of everyone in leadership who inspired them to continue to do their jobs and to do them well. Because of that hard work, I'm here to present each of them that are behind me, and many, many more will also receive the $10,000 bonus checks for doing their jobs and doing it as an example to their fellow employees and colleagues. Some of them will use the dollars to pay off mortgages. Some of them will use it to pay off debts. Many of them maybe will buy an extra Christmas present for a loved one in their life. But they probably will use them for their priorities to make sure they're taking care of their families and their friends. Their stories inspire me every day. That's why we have these press conferences, is so that the American people can truly understand the people that serve at TSA. And I want to talk a little bit about a couple of them before I turn it over to your questions. First, TSO Officer Felice. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Yes. During the Democrat shutdown, Felice provided care for her disabled husband, continued to take care of her household bills and priorities. And I wanted to open it up to her to maybe share a few thoughts with you all about why she serves at TSA, why she does her job, and maybe what this $10,000 bonus payment will mean to her after this government shutdown. Would you mind coming up and sharing just a little?
Yes, ma'am. I joined TSA 6 years ago, and I love my job. I love working with everyone you see here on this stage. The leadership we have is excellent. They looked out for us. This airport looked out for us. Thank you, Tampa. It's just been phenomenal. They fed us. Leadership put together all kinds of things for us. Gas. Also, I participate in the commute program with Enterprise that's associated with TSA. So it's just been phenomenal, and thank you so much for coming here and recognizing all of us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
you
you
so much.
Here, let me give that to you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for all that you
Thank
do.
you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I told her she didn't have to go first, and then I made her go first. So you did a great job. Always surprising people. Thank you for that. Next, we have TSO. Well, despite facing his own financial challenges during the government shutdown, he expressed to his colleagues every day the importance of their work. He overcame temporary hardship and shutdown to help safeguard our country against terrorism and other threats that we have. And his unwavering dedication was a testimony to so many people who worked for him. He was recommended as someone to talk about at this press conference because he's so highly deserving of the recognition of today, and how so many of his colleagues look up to him and want to repeat and continue to focus on being more like him, and how they serve, they work hard, and they have to continue to serve the public. So, Waleed, would you come up and share a few words?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning. I joined TSA about 14 years ago. The 9/11 attacks is what brought me here. I wanted to be a part of the dedicated people that want to defend this homeland, and I'm very proud to serve, and I'll continue to serve. The shutdown was difficult. Being a supervisor, a leader, I had to find the balance between the hardship I have at home and at work. On a daily basis, every day of during the government shutdown, I had to walk the floor and talk to my officers to bring the morale up, to make sure they're okay. It was a lot of support, but not enough support for everybody. And I convinced them that there is help out there, and they have to engage with us, with the senior leadership, to find ways to help them out, and it worked out pretty good. Tampa Airport, Tampa Bay area, thank you everyone for being out there for us. We really appreciate it. The traveling public as well, a lot of support, a lot of encouragement. People were very, very kind, and it's all appreciated.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Waleed.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Waleed. We appreciate that, and appreciate all of your leadership at TSA as well. Next, I want to talk a little bit about Abby. Abby Ingley went through the government shutdown, facing some stress, some uncertainty, financial. She postponed her personal vacation that she had planned for a long time and canceled leave so that she could stay here and not just cover her shifts, but cover shifts for other individuals that were in different situations that maybe had to miss because of childcare or because of other issues that they had at home. On duty, TSO Ingley projected a steady and a calm demeanor, and she proactively checked in on her fellow officers. She encouraged all of her teammates to use the available resources that were available to them. And I do want to take this opportunity not just to thank other individuals at TSA for supporting each other, but to thank Tampa Airport here for supporting everyone during that government shutdown and the uncertainty that it created, but also the private companies that stepped up and helped supported these individuals with gift cards or financial support to meet their needs during that difficult time. We appreciate Ashley as she volunteered for additional assignments, and she strengthened our team readiness by assisting with assessments and different training that was available. So Ashley, I'd like to ask you if you'd like to come up and say a few words.
Hello, everyone.
Or Abby, I guess I said it wrong, didn't it? I'm sorry.
I'm Abby. Been with TSA for 4 years. I recently transferred down to TPA a year ago. Since then, I've been extremely grateful for this community that I'm in. Very thankful for the leadership that we have here. Thankful for my coworkers who showed up every day, helped out. We did a great job during the shutdown. It wasn't easy for any of us. I definitely took the opportunity to use some resources that we had locally here. We went to Feeding Tampa Bay. They had an awesome food bank that each of us could go to at least once a week. And we also had TICO provide us up to a $500 grant to provide for our electricity bill. So I'm very grateful that we had that opportunity, and thank you, Secretary Noem, for letting us talk.
Absolutely. Thank you, Abby. So I had her name wrong in my notes. Her name is Abby Ingley. So thank you for that, and thank you for your leadership. We appreciate all that you've done. And Kayshalina Medina closed on her new home on August 30th. She got engaged on September 27th. A month later, just days before the shutdown impacted her dramatically financially and her family. She was all set to start on a new chapter in her life, but had to postpone purchasing furniture for her new home and celebrating her engagement. Despite all of that, she continued to show up for work, positivity and professionalism in her demeanor and her attitude, and she helped collect and do assessments and engagements to ensure that her fellow officers remained focused on threat detection during this significant time. And so I would like to recognize her as well to come up and to say a few words.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Kayshalina Madrid. I'd like to thank Kristi Noem for this opportunity. I've been with TSA for 3 years now, and I would like to thank all our managers, all our staff for providing us a lot of help. There were a lot of resources. Definitely everyone kept asking questions every single day, asking if I was okay. There was a lot of resources, like Abby said. Feeding Tampa Bay was very helpful. There was a lot of raffles going around with gift cards for gas. Gas trucks was also available for us. So thank you guys for all the support. Thank you, Kristi.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Kayshalina. Thank you for telling your story and for putting an example forward that everybody could follow and appreciate and want to be like. I'm incredibly grateful for all of the individuals that are behind me, for their service, for the thousands of others that are being recognized for their exemplary work, and for all the other individuals that continued during difficult times to show up for work, to do their security keep Americans safe. So with that, I'm going to hand out the checks to the individuals behind me, and then we have questions. So Robert, where's Robert? I'll come to you. Ricky. I'll come to you. Thank you. Absolutely, Ryan. Dennis? No? Appreciate it, Freddie. Yes, ma'am. All right. Kirk, I want to thank you for all your leadership here, and I want to thank everybody for all the work that you do to keep Americans safe and following and fulfilling the mission of TSA and all the work that you do each and every day. We've recently experienced our busiest travel day in history with over 3 million passengers securely screened and checked over the Thanksgiving holiday, and we're so grateful that even though more and more people travel on our airlines and through that we continue to keep them safe and fulfill our mission. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Secretary, what is your reaction to the lawsuit that was just filed against ICE and the federal government for urging the App Store to remove the alleged ICE tracking apps? Is that appropriate for the government to urge Apple to take those apps out of the store?
Absolutely. I think the violence against our ICE officers and our law enforcement is completely unacceptable, and anything that would dox them and release their whereabouts when they're out doing law enforcement operations against violent criminals is wrong and needs to be stopped. Those apps endanger their lives, and remember that most of these law enforcement officers live in those communities. They're out there on the streets in neighborhoods where they live, where their children go to school. They care about their communities, and they want to get dangerous criminals off of their streets. So we're doing targeted arrests across the country to make sure that those who would violate Americans and citizens that live in these communities will be removed, they'll be brought to justice, and then they'll be deported. TSA officers that are being recognized with $10,000 bonus checks are being recognized for exemplary service. So they're nominated from their leadership teams that goes up through the supervisors at TSA and then recommended for those bonus checks. So it's not just based on one factor or another. It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful. Not every single officer that works at this airport is receiving one, only those that have been nominated for exemplary service by supervisors and leadership.
How many are those? How many will be?
Well, there's 16 up here on stage today. There's many more, and there's some that will continue to be recognized. So as we continue to go through the next month or two, we'll continue to recognize more and more individuals for all that they did. The nominations for these bonus checks hasn't stopped. So there may be more that get recommended, and we'll continue to do what we can to thank them for their service, but let them know that the work that they do matters.
So as for today, it's everyone on stage.
Well, actually what they've got in their envelopes is a piece of paper that says the direct deposit will be in your account. Does that sound good? All right, that's how our accounting system works. And so they've got a piece of paper that says that direct deposit will be coming into their account on their next pay period, and there may be other officers that will receive that good news too.
Some unions have expressed concerns that these bonuses only rewarding a small subset of workers. What's your response?
I would say those individuals sound like the Grinch. They should be happy when other people get rewarded for doing good work. You know, in this country, we should be grateful and cheer on other individuals around us that we can point to that work every single day to keep us safe.
Secretary, for property owners, what information should landlords or apartment managers be expected to provide to ICE agents?
I don't know what they would be expected to provide to ICE agents. I think that they should comply with all federal laws that have always been followed in the operations that are being conducted by ICE agents or CBP officers or any federal officer or local law enforcement that's out there trying to keep them safe. I want to remind everybody, any operation that we're doing out on our streets and in our communities every day is done with the same protocols and processes law enforcement investigation has ever been done under. We still follow all of the same protocols and processes, and we make sure that every law is enforced.
Now, there have been reports that the president is possibly considering replacing you. Have you got any indication of that, and what's your response?
No, I don't have any indication of that. The president is fantastic. I'm very proud every single day to be able to work for him.
Do you expect to be serving all 4 years of this administration?
I will serve at the president's pleasure, which I'm very grateful to get to do, and he gives me a wonderful opportunity to do a job that matters for the safety of the American people.
Do you expect any raids to happen in the city of Tampa or in the Tampa Bay area?
I think everybody should know that across this country that we're going after violent criminals to help America be safe. The president campaigned and won election on a secure border and on making sure that we're getting violent criminals out of our country. That's what we're focused on every single day, and there is no safe haven in this country for criminals that would perpetuate violence against the American people. If there's murderers or rapists or traffickers out there, we're going to come find you, we'll bring you to justice, and then we'll deport you.
Housing economists is warning that massive deportations could deepen the housing crisis by removing both renters and the construction labor force. What do you believe those analysts are getting wrong?
We are so grateful that President Trump is focused on making sure that people in this country are safe, but also that they have the ability to care for their families, put food on the table, and he gets up every single day to make sure they have more dollars in their pockets to meet their family's need. So thank you, everybody, and you have a wonderful day.
U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem shaking hands with TSA staff who she was able to provide $10,000 bonus checks to for exemplary service, specifically during the government shutdown. She took some questions there at the end, and also at the beginning talked about some of the new steps that TSA is taking, investing $1 billion in some new technology to improve security and efficiency. Also talking about the implementation of Real ID, that they are experiencing 94% compliance right now. And we should note that starting in February, flyers who don't have a Real ID will be paying a $45 fee as another option instead of not using another form of that ID at the airport going through security, as we've previously reported. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to, so keep it here. When we come back, we're going to talk a little sports with Tim Walters, do some Monday morning quarterbacking here, and take a look back at the Florida football weekend that was. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube right now. Let's talk a little football here for our weekly segment we call Monday Morning Quarterbacking. Going to bring in Tim Walters, who's the sports editor at the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. And Tim, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this morning. And what a weekend of football at several different levels.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. Thanks for having me on, Garrett.
All right, let's start with high school because, obviously a big weekend with it being the high school Final Four. And we saw some really impressive performances. What stood out to you?
Yeah, I got a bunch of ones that I want to spotlight this week because look, that was the state semifinals last week. You're talking about some of the best teams in the state. And so a lot of things going on last week. So we're going to start in 5A where Keelan Hendricks at Lakeland High School, he piled up 500 or Lakeland piled up 510 total yards of offense in a 40-13 rout of Ponte Vedra. Now Hendricks, the quarterback, completed 13 of 17 passes for 144 yards. Oh, and he also rushed for 142 yards, including a 77-yard touchdown in the second quarter. So Keelan Hendricks, that powerful Lakeland team, they're going to be playing for a state title, and that is this upcoming week in 5A.
And that's just the start of it. Take us through. I know you have other standouts as well, including a running back from Bowles.
Yeah, one other offensive player that I want to spotlight, and I mentioned his name maybe about a month and a half ago here, Garrett, was Xander Edwards from Bowles High School. Now, he rushed for 147 yards and 5 touchdowns in a win over Cardinal Gibbons in the 2A semifinal. Now, if that name sounds familiar, you're like, what? Why did we mention Xander Edwards? Oh, yeah, earlier this season, he had 522 rushing yards in a single game, scoring 8 touchdowns. So this guy is really good. He's going to be great at the next level, but he's only a sophomore, so team's got to see him for 2 more years. That is incredible. So Xander Edwards, and that's the second player I'll spotlight on offense.
So not quite 500 yards over the weekend, but still an impressive performance nonetheless.
Yeah, a much more efficient 5 touchdowns this time.
No doubt about that. Now take us through some of your defensive standouts.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to Rains football. This is in Jacksonville. They're playing for a state title on Friday night. And Mikhail Smith-York, he's a senior linebacker. He had an interception and a sack as the Vikings won 28-8 in the 3A semifinal against Sarasota Booker. So anytime you can make an interception and get a big sack, low-scoring game, the opposition only getting 8 points in a state semifinal. So I wanted to point out Mikhail Smith-York, who's there for Rains football.
All right, and a team shout out as well on defense.
Yeah, now when you look at, we've got 2 we're going to look at. First, we're going to look at a big defensive play, right? Vero Beach in 7A, they've been so good all year. Well, their defense didn't fully show up here the other night. It was a 45-44 victory for Vero Beach. But here's the thing, Miami Palmetto, they score a touchdown. Instead of trying to do the kick and go for the tie, they decide they're going to go for a 2-point conversion. And Vero Beach said, not today, my friends, as defensive back Jamarian Hilson, he had a huge hit, breaks up the pass. Vero Beach wins by a point, and they're going to be playing for a 7A championship this weekend. So congratulations to Vero Beach on a heck of a win. Exciting game. I bet the people in Vero Beach were absolutely going nuts after that play happened.
And then a big shutout for Cardinal Mooney.
Yeah, sadly for us on the Space Coast, we're on base. Coco High School, they had won 3 consecutive state championships. They were playing in a state semifinal game against Cardinal Mooney. 364 days ago, Coco eliminated Cardinal Mooney in the state semifinal, and Cardinal Mooney, they stewed on it, and they practiced on it, and they got ready. And this time, Coco came to their house, and they beat them 42-0. So Coco struggled. They definitely had some opportunities, but Cardinal Mooney proved themselves to be the worthy champion this year. So they win in 2A. They're going to be playing for a state championship against that Bulls team on Wednesday night at 7 p.m. So congratulations to Cardinal Mooney and to Coco, because even though they didn't make it to the championship, they have made it to the state semifinals 19 consecutive years. So it's all good there in Coco.
Yeah, absolutely nothing for Coco to be disappointed about or embarrassed or ashamed about. That is for sure. But yeah, an impressive win for Cardinal Mooney, and that is certainly one way to exact that revenge 1 year later. Now, a lot of excitement going into to the finals now. You know, we've got a couple teams here in our area as well. Jones, Lake Mary going to be playing for state titles. So a lot to look forward to this weekend.
Yeah, they all begin Wednesday nights. So we have championship games Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So you got to go to the FHSAA.org website where they have that entire schedule. But yeah, a lot of great teams in the state. We are down to the final 14 teams, and this is it, championship weekend. It all started there midway through. Actually got in the CFP. I think a lot of people were surprised. So I wanted to give a mention to that because it was kind of doom and gloom down there in South Florida, even leading leading up to Sunday, but I think the committee did a right thing. Hard for a Gator like me to say, but, Miami deserved to be in there. They beat Notre Dame, so that's tough. I think that they're going to have to continue to tweak this. We had some, crazy bowl things going on yesterday when Notre Dame announces it's going to go into a bowl. Then all of a sudden that throws the Gator Bowl off, which of course, I'm the sports editor of the Times Union in Jacksonville. We host the Gator Bowl. Well, the team we thought we were going to have then has to go to the bowl game in Orlando because Notre Dame says it's not going to have a bowl game. It was kind of a mess yesterday, but they got it all straightened out. So there's still going to be a great bowl there up in Jacksonville. But yeah, it's a shame Notre Dame decided to do that. But at the same time, Miami should be one of the 12 best teams. I think they're one of the best 12 teams. They've shown it. So congratulations to the Hurricanes.
Yeah, we've talked about Miami before and kind of made their case, and I certainly agree with you. Clearly, the Fighting Irish do not agree with you, but yeah, that was an interesting decision, I think. Not to get too far into it, but I think it was interesting to see Notre Dame say, well, we're not going to play at all. Is that the equivalent of picking up the football and going home?
Yeah, it kind of is in many cases. Now, I mean, look, actually, UCF, even though they only had 5 wins, they were invited to be a bowl team because they're just a lot of the 6-win, 7-win teams and are turning down bowls. But with UCF, the reason they turned it down was a little bit different. After UCF lost and had 5 wins, some of their players started to go home for winter break, and some people already announced they're entering the transfer portal. So it would have been a little bit harder for UCF to pull a proper team together. So while they're not going to be going to a bowl, their reasons are a lot different than why Notre Dame has chosen not to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, now let's talk about a Florida native who had a great game in a very high-stakes matchup in the Big Ten Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great game that was. I watched that Saturday night. A lot of people may or may not know this, but the Indiana quarterback, Fernando, he's a Miami kid, went to Christopher Columbus High School. He had a pretty good game, 15 of 23, 222 yards, big 13-10 win. What great things are happening to Indiana as this is the best season in program history. And it's nice to see Fernando Mendoza leading the way. He now maybe moves himself certainly up in the draft stock. And will he be the top quarterback taken? Who knows what's going to happen in the draft here in a few months, but we'll wait on that. We'll talk about that when it gets a little bit closer. But I did want to say congratulations to Fernando Mendoza. And when he moves on, the backup quarterback, he got to take a snap in this game when Mendoza got hurt after a hit, is his brother. So the Mendoza line will move on there at Indiana University. But for right now, they are the number 1 seed. They're getting a bye. So congratulations, Fernando Mendoza from Miami.
Yeah, that was impressive. Big win for the Hoosiers. Let's talk NFL here, and your NFL standout coming from the Dolphins, and sad to see, kind of scary to see Achane go out with an injury as well in that game.
Yeah, but we're definitely going to give a shout out here to Jalen Wright, the backup running back. Look, I've spotlighted Devon Achane a lot on this program since the start of the season because he's just had an awesome year. He already had 92 yards and a touchdown, and he gets hurt in only the second quarter, so that was a shame. Jalen Wright, at the time, he had taken a couple of snaps. He actually had 2 carries for 9 yards, and he had a touchdown, a 2-yard touchdown. But when Achane goes out, he becomes the lead back. He finishes with 107 yards. He basically got about 100 yards rushing in 2.5 quarters. So great job there by Jalen Wright, being ready, next man up. Really good running back there. He'd probably be good on any team in the league, but when you got Devon Achane ahead of you, unfortunately, you got to kind of take a back seat. Now, the Palm Beach Post and PalmBeachPost.com, they've got 2 great Dolphins reporters, Joe Shad, Hal Habib. They were all over the Achane story yesterday, and it turns out that he probably, let's say this was a close game, right? Let's say this was one that really meant a lot for the Dolphins. He could have gone back in that game, but against the Jets, who are just terrible, they figured, let's sit him down. Let's make sure his ribs aren't too hurt. We don't want to risk the guy. So there's a good chance he could play next week. We'll be watching his availability. But they did report that had they absolutely needed him, they would have sent him back in the game. But the Dolphins had the game in hand, so you don't want him going out there and getting more hurt than he already was.
Yeah, not worth the risk at that point. Now you're a head scratcher, and not surprisingly, coming from that Tampa Bay game.
Oh my goodness, how could the Bucks lose to the Saints? Now, I'm going to tell you a few things about this game that just make me, I don't know, it puts a knot in my stomach. So, Tyler Shuck, that's how you pronounce it. Shough. I'm not sure how they get a CK out of that, but he comes into this game as their quarterback, throws 144 yards and an interception, but the Bucks lose. The leading rusher on the Saints had 70 yards, but the Bucks lose. Their leading receiver had 40 yards receiving, but the Bucks lose. And they didn't even sack Baker Mayfield, but the Bucks lose. Garrett, what is going on here? They're 7-6. They're tied with the Panthers, which is just crazy. Nobody saw that coming, except maybe me, because before the season, I love pointing this stat out to people. Before the season, I reported the Jaguars played the Panthers in week 1 this year, and it was the third time that those teams had locked horns in week 1. They both came into the NFL together in 1996, and they've both opened 3 seasons together. In the prior 2, where the Jaguars and Panthers played in game 1, the Panthers made the Super Bowl. You think they can do it a third time here, Garrett? The Bucks are trying to let them have that AFC South lead, but they still got another game to go. We'll see how that goes. But what a head scratcher that they lose to the Saints right there.
Yeah, head scratcher, no doubt. But hey, the numbers don't lie. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can start getting a little bit more offense. I mean, Baker, he was so clutch early in the season, and I know you got a lot of guys banged up, but I still believe in the Bucks. I think ultimately they'll get it together and win the NFC South. But boy, oh boy, who saw the Carolina Panthers coming at the beginning of the season? That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. Always enjoy talking football with you, and we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Alrighty, thank you, Garrett, and we'll talk to you next time.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, I think it's trying to clear up a little bit out there, but it's still kind of ugly out there.
It is so ugly. It actually thundered at my house yesterday, which was crazy. Yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, what month is it?
I know.
It just poured. We had like 3 to 3.5 inches in some spots with rain. Yeah, it was a lot, but some spots needed it, so we can't complain too much. But it's really gross this morning. This is a Monday forecast if I've ever seen it. So we've definitely seen it clear up quite a bit. It's just kind of spitting out rain now. We've been seeing it slowly but surely work out of the area. But looking ahead towards the rest of the day, we could see maybe a couple more passing showers by, say, 2 or 3 o'clock, but nothing of substance that's going to be too terribly impactful. It's still going to be cloudy. It's still going to be pretty dreary. These will be moving in and out pretty fast. Towards sunset, we'll start to clear things out a little bit in terms of the actual clouds themselves. It's going to turn a little windier too. That is going to be associated with some cooler and drier air filtering in. When it comes to, though, how things are looking for the rest of the day, we'll see a high in Orlando of about 72. We actually saw temperatures that were even warmer just after midnight, so our technical high temperatures probably already happened since that was before the front moved in, but we'll only budge by a couple more degrees before today's all said and done with. Some spots only making it into the 60s, 10-20% chance of a few more of those showers, nothing too crazy. It's just going to be very dreary today. When it comes to our highs, as I mentioned, some spots in the 60s, about 68 in Ocala, 69 Daytona Beach. We'll make it to 72 in Orlando, 70 in Bithlo. Our normal high, 75 degrees. So again, we're going to be a couple degrees below that as we head to today. But where you're really going to feel this cold front, aside from the rain, is going to be when we have these temperatures tonight and tomorrow morning that are going to be plunging into the 40s and 50s, which is not the coldest, obviously, we've felt so far this season, but it's cold enough to where you're going to probably want to turn the heat on in the car at least, maybe in your house, your home too, because we're going to see lows dip down in the mid-40s for a lot of areas, even just north and west of I-4, so that includes Ocala, to the Villages, Leesburg, and then Orlando, we'll see a low of 52 degrees. Closer to Brevard County, it's just a little warmer, but it's going to be a wind out of the north, so it's going to have a little bit of a bite to it. And then as we look ahead towards the next couple of days, we'll start to see temperatures go back towards normal. So for Tuesday, so tomorrow, a high of 69. That is going to be the coldest day of the next couple, but at least we'll have a good amount of sunshine. And then Wednesday and Thursday, picture perfect, beautiful, highs in the low middle 70s, low humidity, just gorgeous. But we'll just have to get through kind of the next the next day or so, next 36 hours as we deal with the cool down. It's going to be pretty short-lived, but I mean, mid-70s, not bad. We'll just be a degree or two below normal, so that's manageable, I would say.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to have that too. I don't mind it when we kind of go through this seesaw, the roller coaster of temperatures. You get a little bit of the best of both worlds.
Yeah,
I feel like
exactly. It kind of keeps you on your toes and keeps. Sometimes I don't like the cold, but I do feel like sometimes it kind of invigorates you to wake you up a little bit better.
Right.
It's like, okay, all right, it's a little chilly outside, but once we get through tomorrow, the next couple of days will be a lot better.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, we appreciate you joining us. And here's a live look right now at downtown Orlando, and you can see some of the ugliness we were talking about out there, that dreariness even now here as we approach midday. Still seeing those dark and low clouds out there. It was a foggy view just a little bit ago from this same camera, so things are clearing up just slowly. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are approaching the noon hour, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a couple of your News Plus headlines as we approach the midday here on this Monday. And it's family members of a Seminole County man saying they want a full and transparent review into the case after their loved one was shot and killed last week, and what investigators are calling a stand your ground shooting. We're talking about 51-year-old Manuel Rosado, who was shot and killed in an early morning shooting inside a Longwood neighborhood in what was believed to be a road rage incident that ended in that deadly shooting. We were told that charges were not going to be filed because of Stand Your Ground, but family members of this man say they want a thorough investigation because they don't believe that should apply. Fox 35's Marley Capper has more.
You know, the family of 51-year-old Manny Rosado is hoping for a full and transparent investigation, as well as a review of the law used in this case. Last week, deputies say he and another man got into an argument in the Mandarin Estates subdivision. Both drivers pulled out guns, but only one driver pulled the trigger. Detectives say the shooter called 911, stayed on scene, and was released after questioning. The state attorney's office is citing Florida's Stand Your Ground law. Criminal defense attorney Michael Panella, who is not associated with the case, says the sheriff's office is following the law since detectives report the driver who died pulled a gun out and pointed it at the other driver, who then fired shots, killing him.
This is like the first time I've ever seen the Stand Your Ground law used correctly. Too many times people use Florida self-defense laws, or what some people call the Stand Your Ground law, as like a license to kill. And it's not that, and it gets people into a lot of trouble. But what it does do is it actually says that if you are lawfully justified in your use of deadly force, then you're immune from prosecution.
Manny's family says that he served our country in the Army and that they are really just wanting a deeper review of this case.
That was Fox 35's Marley Capper reporting. We're also continuing to follow up and try to learn more in Eustis about an explosion that happened. We had that as breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus last week, and we have now learned that the woman who was injured when that jewelry store there exploded following that natural gas explosion has now died. That explosion happened Thursday morning. That woman passing away from her injuries over the weekend, and Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more.
Yes, the family is absolutely devastated by this. Wendy Davis's cousin says she was absolutely such a kind and nice soul, and she loved her community. Last week, the jewelry store erupted into flames. Wendy Davis, the owner, was inside when it happened. She was rushed to the hospital, but according to her family, she passed away 3 days later. Wendy has owned that jewelry store for 2 decades. It was a place she taught beading and weaving classes in. Her daughter says her mom was the love, strength, and light in their lives and will be deeply missed. Wendy's passing has hit hard to those who live around the shop, too. We spoke to one neighbor who lives right next to the jewelry store and saw the explosion.
The entire front of the building blew out. The other side, she has a metal chair in front of the building that was right up against the building. It was a good 12 feet away.
We are also now hearing from the gas company at the center of all this. In a statement, they tell us that they worked closely with the local fire crews to respond to the damaged natural gas pipeline. But at this time, the cause of the explosion is unknown. They add because the investigation is active, the company is not able to provide additional information, and their thoughts are with those affected. The family is still working on funeral arrangements at this time. Reporting in Eustis, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
I want to take you now to Pinellas County, where we heard steps taken today about a partnership to try to protect kids from online predators and from AI chatbots. This is something that we've been hearing a lot about. Just last week, we heard from Megan Garcia, who spoke with the governor of Florida about AI and those AI chatbots and the concern about those and the impacts they're having on kids. She lost her son to suicide after he was in a relationship with an AI chatbot, and she wants some stronger guardrails and regulations put up to protect kids. We also hear often about the threats that meet kids on many of these online platforms, whether they're social media platforms, whether they are games, online games with chat rooms, or anything like that. So many different things for parents out there to be concerned about and be wary about when it comes to their kids because of the threat of online predators. And so Pinellas County Schools and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office today announced some steps that they are taking. It's a partnership with Parent Protect and some programs to help students and their parents protect themselves from online predators, AI chatbots, and other ways to stay safe online. Here's some of that news conference from Pinellas County just a little bit ago.
Groundbreaking because Parent Protect's digital safety resources hold the power to protect generations of children and save countless lives. In a moment, you'll hear that this is a pivotal and transforming time, and the sheriff Sheriff Gultier will tell us more about this and why it's so important. I'm also going to hear from School Superintendent Kevin Hendricks and Parent Protect Chief Financial Officer Ashby Green. After a fulfilling career in business and technology and 12 years on the JWB board, I'm acutely aware of the real dangers kids face online. As a JWB interim CEO, my responsibilities are twofold: to spend your tax dollars wisely, while ensuring every child in our county is safe, well, and can grow to become whomever or whatever they want to be. As a father and a grandfather, I see it through a different lens. My daughter is a guidance counselor at the local middle school, so I know firsthand that technology has reshaped the lives of children. Devices are central to their learning and social activities, but it brings significant challenges. When JWB was created 80 years ago, stranger danger meant someone in a van offering candy to lure children away. Today, cyberbullying, human trafficking, and online predators can enter homes 24/7 through a child's phone, its computer, or gaming systems. Increased screen time is also an issue. Studies tell us that kids average 8 to 11 hours a day on their devices. And it's even more when schools break. This means today's families need access to the most current information and expert support, now more than ever. Starting today, JWB of Pinellas County is offering Pinellas County parents, grandparents, and other caregivers a free annual subscription to Parent Protect, where they can find the latest tools to navigate through their children's technology and make them safe. Parent Protect's vast online library includes videos and guides on topics like parental control, social media, AI, and more. Plus, their experts keep pace with the developing digital trends, alerting families to new and emerging dangers on their child's device. It's all part of JWB's Children's Mental Health Initiative, aimed at protecting children and instilling a sense of well-being and belonging. Our history, on this very historic day, I should say, JWB stands shoulder to shoulder with our sheriff, local law enforcement, Pinellas County Superintendent of Schools, and a host of committed partners we've engaged to join us in this initiative. In addition, our U.S. Senators and our House of Representatives have vigorously voiced their support through videotaped messages and letters that we'll share with you after this event. On this historic day, we urge Pinellas County parents and grandparents and concerned adults to take 5 minutes and log on, create an account, and start with JWB/Parent Protect website. Create a free online account and start accessing videos, how-to guides, conversation starters, and more. Your free annual subscription provided courtesy of the JWB Pinellas County, puts expert information, resources, and advanced information at your fingertips, and keeps children safe online. We also invite everyone, whether you have a kid, to help us spread the word. Join our efforts and safeguard children, support families, and strengthen our community. Online predators possess an imminent threat to our county's children. Empower your families today with expert protection from JWB and Parent Protect. Sheriff Gualtieri will now share why this is an important game changer for law enforcement.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, everybody. As we know, technology is a great thing. It's an indelible part of our community and our culture, who we are. We're never going back, and we're going to continue to move forward. But it's really, really important that those who are the responsible caregivers, and whether it is parents, grandparents, foster parents, people, it doesn't matter, anybody that's responsible for kids, that they do their part. And that is to make sure that what these kids are doing with their devices and with the apps and all of the online environment, that they're doing it in a way that is not detrimental to the kid. These kids are vulnerable, especially the young kids. And a lot of them don't even know what they're getting into until they get into it, and then they find out that they're in deep trouble for a whole host of reasons. It can be cyberbullying, or it could be that they're the victim of a child sexual predator and offender, and it could be a whole host of other things that we see every single day. The environment that we live in, unfortunately, is one that is full of vulnerabilities for these kids. Now, we think about this for a second, is that just in Pinellas County alone, just in our county alone, one of 67 counties in Florida, we have 1,800 sexual predators and offenders that the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office monitors every day. That means there's 1,800 registered predators and offenders out here in the community that have done bad things in the past that we have to keep an eye on and that are out there. And unfortunately, these people do reoffend, and there are new offenses occurring every day in the online environment. And where this starts often is with people viewing child pornography. And once they view that child pornography, and then it builds from there, and they begin reaching out and contacting kids and grooming kids, and then they have contact, and before you know it, we have a really, really bad situation. Just this year alone, just the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, never mind all of these other law enforcement agencies that operate in Pinellas County and what they're doing as well. Just in the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, we're on track this year to conduct over 100 child pornography investigations involving over 1,000 counts of child pornography where people have obtained, file shared, viewed all of this child porn. And when I'm talking about this child porn, the absolute majority of it, I'm not talking about, and it's bad, I'm not talking about 15 and 16-year-olds. I'm talking about people who are viewing child pornography of 5 and 6-year-olds. And some of the most grotesque things that you would ever hear of. So there's people out there that are using this environment to prey on the kids. And it is important that the caregivers, parents, grandparents, family members, that they do their part. Florida has done its part. And HB 3, House Bill 3 passed. The Florida legislature and Governor DeSantis signed it into law back in 2024. It took effect this year in January 2025. It was challenged in the courts, and most recently in the last few weeks, the federal appellate court has upheld the law, and it prohibits kids who are under 14 from having their own accounts. It requires kids who are 15 and up to have parental permission to have their accounts. But are the parents who are giving those kids permission, are they really monitoring? Do they really know? And that's where something like Parent Protect comes in, because parents need to be educated about this. Parents really don't know what they don't know about what's going on in this environment. So something like Parent Protect is going to give the parents the tools to do their job, to help us help them and keep their kids out of these environments that we talk about, what I'm talking about here, with the predators and offenders and the child porn and all the online environment and all the solicitations and all the stuff that goes on, unfortunately, every day. We see a lot of vulnerability among the kids. So I think Parent Protect is a great opportunity for the caregivers to educate themselves and do the right thing and make the right decisions as far as their kids are concerned. So many thanks to JWB for funding this and for bringing Parent Protect to Pinellas County and to help the parents and those caregivers help their kids. So we wholeheartedly support the use of Parent Protect.
Good morning. I'm Pinellas County School Superintendent Kevin Hendrick, and to emphasize what Mike and the Sheriff talked about, we need to see our parents and our caregivers with the resources and tools to help. So as you just heard, this initiative strengthens the community's commitment to safety and well-being of our children. It also aligns directly with House Bill 379, which required school districts to promote digital citizenship and support the priorities of JWB's Health and Human Services Board. While Pinellas County Schools provides a comprehensive digital responsibility curriculum to our children, we recognize that there are not a lot of resources for our parents, and that's where Parent Protect steps in. We look forward to sharing these essential components, the knowledge and tools, to give parents the opportunity to help educate at home, just as we educate at school. Parent Protect offers parents and caregivers clear, up-to-date information on the technology that children use each and every day, along with practical conversations to help start conversations with students designed to give families a safe, responsible, and healthy way to discuss technology. The partnership reinforces our own belief that education doesn't stop in school, but it continues everywhere. And as you heard Mike say, especially in times when school is out of session, like we're about to see here in a few weeks, where children will be on technology more frequently, but also parents have the opportunity to step up and educate in a different way. So our commitment, like other partners that you see here today, is full and complete. And we look forward to pushing out these resources to the parents that we serve and encourage everyone in the community to do so as well. And so to hear from Parent Protect and some of those resources, we'll bring it back.
Good morning. Humbled to be in a room with a group like this. My name is Ashby Green. I'm here as both a C-level officer of Parent Protect and maybe more importantly, a parent to 2 school-aged children in Pinellas County. Parent Protect offers actionable safety guidance, parental controls, and education aimed at real-world online behavior of children and teens. We emphasize safety, awareness, and proactive preventative measures and have a strong tech platform with creative geniuses that are constantly updating our content. The best part is that we make tech simple. Our site is filled with easy to digest content, how-to guides, and tips designed for adults who aren't tech experts. We hear all the time from parents and grandparents from all walks of life how approachable and consumable the content is. One of our strongest assets is the community of parents and caregivers who pose real-time questions and give real-world feedback. This allows us to be dynamic and responsive with our content that we update regularly based upon this feedback. A recent example has to do with AI companion risks. After receiving significant feedback from our partner organizations about students using AI chatbots as emotional companions and relationship substitutes, and the alarming rise in nationwide across the nation where these tools have encouraged self-harm and advised children to hide things from their parents, Parent Protect has released new safety content for these families. This material is now live on our platform and equips parents with practical guidance to both understand the risks and support their children's needs in navigating this AI responsibly. In addition, and as trafficking continues to rise, as you hear it all throughout this presentation, Parent Protect has partnered with A21 to develop powerful, age-appropriate anti-trafficking resources for both parents and children. This new content is now fully available on our platform and represents one of our major focuses for us as we work to help families navigate the deeply concerning issues with confidence and awareness. We're extremely thankful for the Juvenile Welfare Board team for this opportunity, and we're excited that once again, starting today, because of the relationship that's been developed with JWB, we're offering a free to everyone, caregivers, grandparents, concerned citizens, annual subscription to Parent Protect. You can find this annual subscription on the QR code behind me, as well as the web link, which is app.parentprotect.com/JWB. You simply have to enter your name, email, and zip code. And if you do, although it is optional, provide other information such as your phone number or your child's age. We'll be able to customize and offer a better experience for you with additional data. But again, it is optional. You create your username, your password, and then you're off to starting to access the latest digital safety resources that we've made available. JWB has been a pleasure to work with, and hats off to their ability to convene such a great group of committed partners in such a short period of time. This really speaks to the community's trust and commitment to JWB's work and mission. So we'll now open up to questions.
I know it's really difficult for
listening into that news conference and hearing them talk about some of the concerns that they hope that partnership addresses. We will take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but when we come back, we'll get you back in to this news conference and listen into some of the questions being asked as they spoke about this plan that they hope will help protect children online in a number of ways in Pinellas County. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to get you back to this news conference from earlier today in Pinellas County, where they were talking about this new technology, Parent Protect, that they are partnering with the school system there, say that this will help protect children from online predators and AI chatbots, and so they're offering free subscriptions to folks in Pinellas County schools to help with that. So let's go ahead and listen in. We're at the point now where reporters are asking some questions. So here's that news conference from earlier today.
Just that simple question alone will help potentially get a predator away from your child.
It's a great example. Yeah. Being just more involved and more educated about what they're up to. It's hard to keep up. You know, the kids are more technical than the parents these days. So the best we can do is to try to keep up and be informed about their behavior.
But to stay on top of it, to really understand just what your child's doing. How many times have you seen a child sitting in a restaurant playing on a game because you want them to be satisfied and not, but you don't know who they're playing with. You don't know who they're talking to and how far it's gone. Because very simply, during those early sessions of playing on a game itself, they could be rerouted to another site and not know it until it's too late.
So, you know, one of the things we see this all the time too is that the parents don't even know what the apps are and what the technology is that a lot of the parents think social media is Facebook. If you talk to the kids, they're going to tell you Facebook, that's what old people do. And so they don't even know, and a lot of it is digital files, it's photography, it's photos, it's all this, and a lot of it disappears right away. The parents don't even know that. They don't know how Snapchat works and all these other things that these kids are like this. They're sitting at a restaurant on it like they're talking about. So some of it is basic stuff, you know, like who are you talking to and what are you doing? But the parents have no familiarity with the breadth, the scope of what's out there and what these kids have access to. They need to know what it is before they know how to best control it. And what we see all the time when you investigate these cases and talk to the parent, well, I had no idea. Well, this is what this is about. They need to have an idea and they need to educate themselves.
Going off that, Sheriff, you and your counterparts, I think, you know, have all unfortunately held press conferences or done interviews talking about these disturbing cases that you've had to investigate. Going off of that, what is your message to parents? Why should they care? Why do they need to, you know, pay attention? And why are you encouraging them to, you know, use this?
Do you want your kid to be one of these stats? That's why you should care. Because they need to be responsible, and these kids don't know either. These kids are vulnerable. And these kids have no idea of what they're getting themselves into. And this digital world is the playground for these predators and for these people that are trying to do harm to these kids. And you may look at this AI nonsense where kids are talking online, and somebody that is supposedly, but it's not a somebody, it's AI, it's a bot, is telling this kid, oh, suicide's a great idea. Really? I mean, so this is the world that we live in today, and parents and caregivers, they need to be aware of all this. They're not.
Does ProTech have like a technological interface with anything that the kids are using, or is this solely an educational thing? And how can parents maybe be a little less intimidated by, you know, what you're asking them to do to keep an eye on the kids?
So we don't log in or do any of that. It is strictly educational, but it's also, you know, down to Wi-Fi around parental controls at every single level. It's just overwhelming to be in front of any of that. So we try to make it easily digestible for non-tech and tech people alike. We're trying to cover everyone and support the needs of communities. So Pinellas County is monitoring 1,000 sex offenders. The bigger concern is because it's digital, it's not a ban in your neighborhood. It's 500,000 online predators at any given time. So it's much broader than that. So yeah, we try to provide as much education as we can and the most current things possible. Tech is allowing for new apps and products to be rolled out, and the kids are the ones that are learning it faster than anybody else.
Do you encourage the parents to maybe let their kids know that they're on this ProTech and that they're not really trying to snoop into their business as much as protect them through a third party? I mean, how do you?
We absolutely do. Yeah, certainly. We're going with the schools. We want it to not be snooping at all. When the parents and the children be working together on this. That's, I mean, the kids need to be educated to what's out there as much as the parents.
But what it also does is allow the parent. Oh, sure. What it also does is it allows the parent to better understand what they can do to help protect their child. So how do I set up parent controls? How do I put firewalls and block areas to keep their kids out of those sensitive areas? So it's really giving the parent the tools they need to have to really go in and make sure their child is safe, and then they can have better conversations with their child about what the real issues that they're dealing with.
But think about it, though, you know, do we care whether the kid thinks the parents are snooping? That's what parenting's all about. They should be snooping. That's what they need to do.
Right, but it could also drive the kids into these, you know, different apps that hide things further, right, and, you know, create that chasm that.
Right, and maybe they drive them off the social media, maybe they go out to the playground and do what kids should be doing, as opposed to spending 11 hours a day on their devices. So, you know, being a parent and providing oversight and heavy oversight and sometimes saying no is what the parents need to do. And by educating themselves, and hopefully some of the light bulbs go off and people understand what is really out there. You know, and again, this is just from experience in dealing with all these cases and then talking to parents and we hear I didn't know, I had no idea. Well, now you have an opportunity to educate yourself, to enlighten yourself, and maybe show some of that parental responsibility and just say, no, get off the device, or seriously limit it. But snooping's good. Snoop all you want.
Sheriff, what is the fine line in terms of when a parent should make a phone call to you guys about what is needed, and where should they kind of understand what is legal versus what is not with their child being involved?
The first part of that was what?
So when do you guys get a phone call?
Yeah.
How far do they have to push the line, whether it's cyberbullying or cyber predatory?
Right.
Where does that line meet in terms of, hey, we have to call the sheriff's office?
Well, if somebody has some concerns about it, they can call. Bullying, we deal with it in a number of aspects. I mean, sometimes the schools deal with it all the time, and one of the things we do see, with that too, and some of it depends. We have a very, very robust now in Florida threat management process in the schools. So we do it outside the schools as well. And a lot of the bullying, the cyberbullying, is that it leads to kids acting out, and because they don't know how to cope with it, and they then it leads to self-harm. It leads sometimes to grievances, which result in harm towards others and threats and those things. So sometimes it's criminal, sometimes it's not. We want to catch this stuff early. We want to prevent it. That's the whole goal, and that's the goal of this is education and stopping it as soon as possible. If somebody has any concerns, about it, they should report it. Whether they report it to us, they report it to the schools, so we can take a look at it and figure out how best to deal with it.
As far as AI, is there a push to get regulation at a state level, and what are the challenges with that if we approach that?
Yeah, I can speak. I spoke to the Senate about this just last month, and the question they said, this is on the record, they said, is this like social media? Has it already passed us by and we can't even regulate? And we said no, right? You should look at some regulations for all the reasons that we're talking about. So I think that our governor just had a press conference on this last week on AI, and that there do need to be guardrails, and how do we protect children? How do we protect the elderly who don't know the difference between some of these things? So I think we'll continue to see opportunities for that. But the best regulation as it relates to children is parents regulating their children. The sheriff talked about different ways to report. We have a very useful way for students to report any sort of misconduct. Between Friday night and Monday morning, we had over 50 different reports. Now, not all of them involve cyber things, but one of the best ways is for children to also educate their peers. And so I think you're going to continue to see guardrails around AI, and that's an important part of this, is understanding for parents what are those opportunities, not only from a harmful way, but just also from an education way. We need to educate without assuming that an AI chatbot can do all the things for us.
You hear some of the conversation there about AI chatbots and the regulation. He mentioned the governor's press conference that I talked about just a little bit ago. And the governor basically unveiling some proposals that he wants to see done by the state legislature to regulate and implement some of those guardrails. They called it an AI a Bill of Rights, essentially, a Florida Citizen Bill of Rights when it comes to AI. This is something that there has been pushback at the federal level too. President Trump and the Trump administration has said they don't want to see states enacting their own regulations and plans on this. So we'll see where things go from here. I do want to pull up a Truth Social post from President Trump this morning that says that is exactly about this. Says there must be only one rule book if we're going to continue to lead in AI. We're beating all countries at this point in the race, but that won't last long if we're going to have 50 states, many of them bad actors, involved in rules and the approval process. There can be no doubt about this. AI will be destroyed in its infancy. I will be doing a one-rule executive order this week. You can't expect a company to get 50 approvals every time they want to do something. That will never work. So President Trump continuing to push back against state plans to regulate AI at the individual state levels. So we will see where things go from here, and we will certainly stay tuned for an executive order signing if the president does that this week, looking at artificial intelligence and whether or not that is something that states can regulate. I would also posit the question of whether by executive order the president can say that states cannot regulate something themselves, but I am certainly no expert when it comes to that. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus right now, but we'll be right back after this, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon now, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The holidays are here, and you may be looking for some fun things to do with your family. And here in Central Florida, we know that a lot of times may mean the theme parks. And there is a lot going on at the theme parks and at Disney that are some great ideas, some great ways to spend the holidays and have some fun as a family. So joining us live now to talk about this is Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. And Drew, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, I figured we always talk about news and upcoming projects here at Walt Disney World, which we will have a little bit of conversation with that today. But I figured also talking about Christmas and the holiday season and some fun plans because, you know, while we're having those big things opening in the years ahead, there's always so many fun things to do now, especially with Christmas, because Disney works year round on these Christmas offerings. So figured we might as well talk about that too.
Yeah, let's do that. Before we get into that, though, I do want to get an update because there is some significant progress being made, some milestones in the construction going on at Animal Kingdom right now.
Yeah, so just the other day, Walt Disney Imagineering announced that the first ever Encanto attraction, Walt Disney Animation Studios Encanto, that movie released a few years back, that has now gone vertical over at Animal Kingdom. So you're going to be able to see these massive steel beams over at the Tropical Americas project site at Animal Kingdom. Once this attraction opens in 2027, we are visiting the casita on the day that Antonio gets his magical gift. His gift is communicating with animals. That's how they're connecting this to Animal Kingdom. From what I know, this is going to be a very Fantasyland style classic ride. I think that this one's going to deliver, and I don't think so far it's getting the attention it deserves. It's number one on my most anticipated project list. So seeing this video from Walt Disney Imagineering, kind of getting a first look at the project site, very exciting stuff, and that is our next big opening here at the resort.
Well, I think at some point we're going to have to do a full breakdown of your rankings of those most anticipated projects list because that's good stuff. I know there is a lot of excitement about this Encanto ride, and you know how popular that is, and so it's going to be an exciting addition, I think, to Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the land that Tropical Americas as a whole, when it's opening in 2027, I'm kind of comparing this to Disney's most classic project since New Fantasyland opened back in 2012 at Magic Kingdom. Everything that I'm looking at with this project, I just feel like people aren't picking up on how special it's going to be. Yes, it's sad to say goodbye to something that we've loved for years with Dinoland and Dinosaur, but I think that this is an undoubted upgrade. I think that everything they're doing here is going to deliver. It's going to become an instant classic with that modern technology, all the stuff that we know and love from Imagineering.
Now let's shift gears here and talk a little bit about the holidays. You got some great things for people to know if they are wanting to spend the holiday season at the theme parks, and also an upcoming new holiday movie that Disney teaming up with Hallmark for.
Yeah, this one came out of nowhere, but I will say the reaction on social media has been incredible. Hallmark and Walt Disney World have announced that next year in 2026, Holiday Ever After, a Disney World Wish Come True, will premiere as a part of Hallmark's Countdown to Christmas programming. Lacey Chabert announced this alongside Mickey and Minnie, so it's a fun one. They're actually going to be filming this on site at Walt Disney World. They've already started filming it, and I have a little bit of suspicion that they're filming it now because Cinderella Castle's getting that new paint job at some point, so they probably need that footage with Cinderella Castle not covered in scaffolding while all that work's going on. But that one will debut next year in 2026.
So should we keep our eyes peeled for movie shooting going on while we're at Magic Kingdom?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's pretty cool that they're doing this on site, and I can only imagine the technical, complications with trying to film a movie in the middle of the world's most popular vacation destination. But it'll be fun to see this one come to life, and I feel like the Hallmark movies have like a very diehard following, and then combining that with the Disney fan base, I'm sure it's gonna be very popular once it premieres.
Yeah, no doubt about that. What about Santa? If folks want to meet Santa, kids want to say hi and tell them what they're hoping for, where can they meet Santa at Disney World?
Yeah, if you guys have that graphic, that would be the best way to kind of dive into where to meet Santa at Walt Disney World. There are 5 main locations to meet Santa. As you're seeing on screen, I would suggest to take a picture of this. And the one thing that I really wanted to highlight is that with Dinoland USA at Animal Kingdom, that is fully decked out. And this is the final year to visit Dinoland. Like we just talked about the Tropical Americas, the final day to visit Dinoland is February 1st. So this is kind of like a limited time, last time to ever see Santa over in Dinoland. Also at Animal Kingdom, another offering I wanted to highlight are the Merry Menagerie puppets. Whenever you're first walking into the park, those showtimes are on the My Disney Experience app. Those are incredible puppets, a great offering for kids. So while you're making your way back to Dino Land, say hi to those puppets, then go see Santa. If you're at Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Hollywood Studios, you can also see Santa there. Sorry, I just hit my earbuds. And then also at Disney Springs, I really wanted to dive into a fun plan that I came up with because Disney Springs, it's free to park there, and there are some awesome things there to do with the entire family as well.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a great idea. Let's go ahead and dive into that because, Disney Springs is a great place. We know folks can go, and it's an easy place to spend a few hours. So you can knock out kind of several things and have a lot of fun there. What is your Christmas plan at Disney Springs? What do you recommend?
Yeah, so the best place to meet Santa at Disney Springs is over by Disney's Pin Traders, right next to Earl of Sandwich, the Christmas shop, kind of in that corner of Disney Springs. You have to join the virtual queue to meet Santa, but in my opinion, this is a perfect use of the virtual queue. Once you're at Disney Springs in person, go onto the My Disney Experience app, join the virtual queue. It's going to give you a time to come back to meet Santa. They will call you and tell you when to return. But in the meantime, I would suggest checking out the Christmas tree stroll. That is a tongue twister. The Christmas tree stroll. There's over a dozen Christmas trees around Disney Springs. You can go around with the entire family collecting those. There's like a little pamphlet where you can mark down all the Christmas trees. And that's just a fun, free thing to do. There's all those quick service restaurants at Disney Springs if you want to grab dinner as well. But another thing that I wanted to highlight at Disney Springs that never gets any attention, that I just saw for the first time in person, that I was blown away by, is Cirque du Soleil Drawn to Life. And right now there is a holiday offer through March of 2026. You can get tickets at a 20% discount on select showings. Now, the last day to take advantage of this offer is January 4th, 2026. But if you buy those tickets by then, you can get tickets to showings later in the year through March. This show is a giant love letter to the history of Disney animation. It's a collaboration between Cirque du Soleil, Walt Disney Animation Studios, and Disney Live Entertainment. And I was blown away by it. I was kind of like, how have I not seen this sooner? As you guys are seeing on screen, the level of acrobats and performances there is just top tier stuff. So the fact that you can get 20% off right now on some showings, I definitely wanted to highlight because you can see Santa for free. You can check out all the Christmas trees for free. But if you want to buy a ticket to the show, I definitely think it's worth it.
Yeah, it looks incredible. We know how good those performers are, and then you kind of mix in some of the Disney storytelling there with it. It certainly seems like a great show.
Absolutely, absolutely. And another thing that I also took away from that show is how there's a ton of humor and like the entire theater was laughing when I saw it. But at the same time, there's a perfect balance of emotion and power with the performance because yes, it's easy to make someone laugh by doing something funny on stage, but also the way that the performances are done create emotion. They connect that to the Disney animation stories like Beauty and the Beast, and you're going to see some fan favorite characters throughout with different props and elements throughout the entire stage. So I would definitely suggest seeing Cirque du Soleil, and also the fact that I think during the holiday season, you're going to have more people in that theater, which creates a better environment with more people around you with the reactions. So I would definitely suggest going to their website, checking out that offer, and then also just in general, the fact that everything we've talked about today is over on DisneyParksBlog.com, Walt Disney World's website, the My Disney Experience app, all of this stuff. There's so much that we talked about today, but all that stuff is in writing. If you just search it, you can find it and get a full kind of recap of what we discussed.
All right, Drew Smith, you know him as Drew the Disney Dude. We always enjoy having you and talking about Disney, and I think you put together a great plan there for folks to enjoy this holiday season at the Disney theme park. So we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you guys for always having me on.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. USF introduced their new head football coach earlier today. We took you a little bit to that live news conference as they introduced Brian Hartline, previously the Ohio State offensive coordinator. I do believe he's actually finishing out the year with them as well because they are playing in the college football playoff. But a big announcement, a lot of excitement in Tampa over the hiring of Brian Hartline for the Bulls. And what we did not get to hear was the coach himself. So I want to play that for you now. He spoke for a few minutes at that introductory news conference, and here is what he had to say.
I'll get my bearings here. All right. Oh, that was well done. I was coming in all focused and everything, and now you got me all getting... Oh, that was awesome. Lots on my mind. A lot of people I want to thank. A lot of people I want to make sure I mention. But I'll just tell you, I mean, before I get into all this, I'm about as genuine as it comes. So I'm going to give you all I got. I'm going to make sure that these players understand that they are true blood of our program. And it always revolves around the players, always. So I mean, I am honored and humbled for this world-class opportunity. I've always felt like this was a place that caught my eye from afar. Being down in South Florida for a while, I know I've been, I lived in Ohio. I was born and raised there and spent a lot of time there, but I always felt like Florida was my second home. Our family have always felt that way. So when assessing opportunities, USF was always towards the top of the list, frankly. I would say for my family and I, we're really thankful, very happy to be here. We're tremendously excited to get involved in the community, be a really big part of the community, be a part of Bulls Nation, and my family is very, 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 very excited. I want to start with some thank yous, obviously. I'm going to first thank President Law. Thank you for all your support. Will, Rob, I mean, you guys coming up on a plane and seeing us in Columbus. Sorry it snowed that day. It was our first snow of the year. But I really want to thank you guys, the entire search committee, for identifying me as a potential candidate. Really, really means a lot. I'm very grateful and confident in this place, in this program, and I will not take this for granted. I promise you that to the people. I will not take this for granted. I would say through the whole process, Rob, you're a big reason as to why I was very confident in being here. Our conversations, our alignment, Casey, I appreciate you helping out Kara, but just the trajectory that you continue to have, USF on. I see your vision. I embrace your vision. I have your back. I know you have mine, and I can't wait to work with you. So. To Kara, my wife, thank you for everything. These are good tears. This is good stuff. Thank you for everything. You're our rock. You're our rock. I wouldn't be where I'm at today for all those long conversations, good and bad, all of the above. So I just can't thank you enough. I know you're excited. We're excited. I think that, for me, yes, my family, yes, my kids, we'll talk about that in a second, but to my parents, Lori and Dale back in Canton, Ohio, my brother, Mike, and my sister, Jamie, they've been a huge part of my life, so just want to make sure I thank them. And I'll say this, the former coaches I had, at that point in high school and in college, and the impact they made on me at that point in my life is really what we're trying to get accomplished here as well. So I'm very aware of that. I want to thank Jack Rose and Chad Palmer, my high school hurling coach, Daryl Hazel, who was my coach in college at Ohio State. Those guys, changed my life for a long way, and I've had a lot of good influences, but those guys I really want to thank in particular. I want to thank Coach Day, everyone at Ohio State, Coach Day, Ross Bjork, Jim Tressel, Gene Smith. I want to do a good job of thanking Urban Meyer as well. He's been a huge help to me through this process, and so many others over at Ohio State. Again, universities, people can change people's lives, and they've done that to me there, and I'm looking forward to doing that here at USF. Those are some of the key relationships I've had. I just mentioned some people in my high school, mentioned people in my college. These are the most key relationships I have in my entire life, and I know that every day I walk in that building, that's what we can envision, that's what we can do, and that won't be held lightly. Karen and I are, along with our children, are looking forward to becoming a big part of the Tampa community. I hope you guys embrace us. I know you will. You already have, but we really want to be involved here as well. That's a big part of how we operate, how we live, and what we believe in. So looking forward to diving into the Tampa community, the Florida in general, and really doing a great job making you guys proud that we're your head football coach. Since my playing days in the NFL, I've always felt like, Ohio was a big part of my life, but Florida is second to none. And I can't emphasize enough how important we are, how important it was for us. If we were ever going to go anywhere, it would be back to people in Florida. Tampa's been a huge part of our recruiting plan. South Florida's been huge, and now I get to live in it, in the hotbed, and bring the best receivers and best DBs and best linemen in the country here. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. For our team, our culture, it'll be built on relentless effort, built on it. Effort's a choice, and we know that, and that's going to be built on that. Our program will be disciplined and accountable. Every detail will matter. Everything we do, the way you do one thing is the way you do all things, and that'll never change. We want to build on this impressive foundation. I can't emphasize that enough. Things have been going really, really well here. We're not here to change it. We're here to enhance. Enhancing and chasing is what it's all about, not changing, not changing. The time is now for USF football. Time is now for USF football. We can't wait to get started. The work is rolling. We know that. Again, we are building and building and building to chase great goals, okay? We will focus on our alignment, both as a staff and as personnel. Really, really important. Me and Rob will be step and step through the process. He's going to have my back. I'm going to have his, and we're going to make sure we have the right people in place. I believe in really three main things, I think, when you build things. People is number one. People are number one. Your process is number two. If you don't like the outcome, change the process. The people are probably great. You already identified that. Fix that. And then it's the purpose. Your purpose can take you to levels that maybe you didn't know you were capable of. So we're going to outline that. We're going to understand that. We're going to be motivated through love, not fear. We're going to do it for the love of our brother, not for the hate of our opponent. That's how this thing is all going to be built. The power of love is always better than the power of hate. To our players, and that's really what always motivated me to get into coaching. We have dreams, I understand, but these guys are living their dreams, like literally every day. And I don't take that lightly. They deserve our best every single day. We will expect their best every single day, so they should expect that from us. They are the heartbeat of our program, by far. They earn everything they receive, by far, and we're here to support them. We will create and sustain a real family atmosphere. I think that's very, very important. We will have an authentic love for football and promote a positive environment so that everyone feels a part of it. I cannot wait to get to know the former players that are around the area, to be back at the facility. That's really, really the things they have experienced. The players need to know as well. It's the only way you pass things on. We will have an exciting, physical brand of football that our fans will love to watch. It'll be a great product, a proud product that Bull Nation will love. There's a storied and proud tradition here at USF, and I don't take that lightly. I can't wait to learn about all of it. This will be our charge every single day. The goal here is a championship mentality in everything that we do with relentless pursuit. I very much look forward to getting to know the entire Bull fan base, connecting with USF community, and I assure you that our goal will be to make you proud. We will win at the highest level. We will chase championships. And again, I thank you very much, and go Bulls.
Exciting times there. He says the time is now For USF football, Brian Hartline introduced as the new Bulls head coach after their previous head coach hired at Auburn University. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is gearing up to be a busy week in Tallahassee. More interim committee meetings going on. One of the meetings that's on our radar for this afternoon, I should note, is a 3:30 meeting of the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee, where we expect State Senator Tom Wright, a Republican who lives in New Smyrna Beach in Volusia County, is expected to ask the Auditor General to look into operating at Daytona, the city of Daytona Beach. This comes amid a number of questions about spending and their use of what they call the P cards, the city-issued credit cards. We've covered a lot of that here at Fox 35. You can get caught up right now on fox35orlando.com and in the Fox Local app and see a lot of our previous coverage of that. So that's expected at 3:30 this afternoon, and we'll have more tomorrow on Fox 35 News Plus as well, but we'll be monitoring that hearing and expect to have some more coverage later today as well. All that to say, these committee meetings are going on ahead of the start of the legislative session in the new year. And Senate President Ben Albritton sat down to talk with reporters today. He spoke with the press corps at the state capitol there for about an hour earlier today and answered a lot of questions, covering a lot of ground, really giving an outlook on the upcoming legislative session, because there are some big issues on the table. Not the least of which is redistricting, which we know the House is working on right now. They had their first meeting of the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting last week. The Senate President has said he's going to hold off for now. That is the approach that that we have heard the governor kind of advocate for, because he wants a special session at the end of the legislative session. And as we kind of wait to see what happens at the national level. We went in depth on redistricting last week with Dr. John Satcher, a UCF history professor. If you'd like to see that full conversation and a lot of good context, you can find that on Fox Local and fox35orlando.com right now as well. So that's one big issue, redistricting. The other one, of course, property taxes. The Senate is also handling this differently than the House is. The House continuing to move forward with its proposals. It had 8 of them, kind of narrowed them down to about 4 that are moving forward in the committee, but their approach is to advance those and see what happens. One of those is a full elimination of property taxes for homesteaded properties. The Senate is going about it a little bit differently, and that was one of the questions that Senate President Ben Albritton was asked about. In fact, the very first question he was asked is about redistricting and property taxes. So I want to play for you some of his availability earlier today at the state capitol in Tallahassee.
The things you're talking about are going to be, and then I'll get more specific, the things that you're talking about, but especially on the property tax conversation, what a great opportunity to build consensus. Great opportunity. So that being said, we've taken a look. I've had folks ask me, actually just on the street, hey, what are y'all going to do with this? And my response really is, we are, honest to goodness, we're still measuring. We have taken in the Senate, although there's not an outwardly exposure, you should say, or maybe in a committee or something like that, of how we're approaching this. I'll just define it for you like this. We are legitimately measuring. We've looked at the House's proposals, and every one of those has a certain amount of cost to it and a certain amount of impact to Floridians. There are thoughts. I know Senator Bernard, and I can get a more expansive list for you of the other bills that are out there, but there are senators that have ideas, about property taxes and what would be best for Floridians. There are a couple of things to think about, I believe, when we start talking about property taxes. Number one, the Florida Senate's committed to addressing property taxes. We're committed to that. And, although there's not we have a finance and tax committee. We don't need select committees. That's just historically not the way the Senate operates. We have committees to handle all these things. So we're committed to the proposition of giving relief to Floridians and property tax reduction. The second thing is we are also committed to the proposition that there are core services at the local level that we need to be thoughtful about. I'm sure that every Floridian, I wanted to use the word cherish, and maybe that's right, maybe it's not, or depends on. The fact is, if they call 911, somebody comes to their place, somebody comes to help them, and that's just, we've got to be thoughtful about that. So then third, that being said, you take the first 2 points. The goal is to build a balance. So there's that overarching goal. We're dedicated to helping Floridians. There's a real affordability challenge going on in Florida, and we need to be helpful.
Do you think on affordability, the PSC keeps approving these gigantic rate increases, that affects just about everyone in Florida, it seems. Are you happy with their performance and the decisions they're making there?
So, let's go back. That's a good question. Good morning to you, too.
Good morning to you.
So, let me start with this. We've got a system set up at the PSC for oversight through all of these things. I know there's always room for voice, right, in this, but the process is the process, and I think over the years has been shown to be accountable. Now, the larger question for me would be approving, gigantic increases. Define gigantic.
Largest in history is like the latest one.
Yeah, and the reason for the reason for that was.
Well, I mean, if you look at the public counsel, they thought profit margin was too high, and all kinds of other carve-outs. The burden shifted onto homeowners more than businesses and stuff.
So let's talk about this in the context of somebody I know will end up getting there, but let's talk about it in the context of AI for a second and data centers. So To specifically answer your question, am I happy with the performance of either the PSC or our utilities? Over the last several years, and a lot of it's been driven by storms in Florida, but over the last several years, there's been a huge amount of, for lack of a better term, no pun intended, energy put into storm resiliency and those types of things. Those are not cheap, right? I know you've probably been up, most of you have been up and down the road and seen some of these gigantic concrete poles. And so, there's a huge amount of resource and investment that's gone into making our state more resilient. That I applaud. Two, the Public Service Commission has a set of guidelines that are put out, and when the essentially public-private partnership, when the utilities were put together, there was an expectation that there would be certain things accomplished, and that is power delivered. They have reliability standards, right? That gets done, and we can use private capital to do that, but the margin is going to be limited at X. And that feels like, sounds like, and I believe acts like a pretty darn good balance. Now, is the system accountable? Yes, I believe it is. Is it producing the best result under all the circumstances that this economy is in? Yeah, I believe it is, because there are limitations. You okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. There's exposure, there's transparency, and there's limitations for the power companies. So I'll leave it at that.
What's going on with redistricting, and what do you say to those concerned about politics playing a role in any process that moving forward?
So the first part of that question, what's going on with redistricting? Again, I'd go back and say the Senate is, I think the word I've used with many of you in the past is we're paying attention, we're watchful. The governor has said there are three branches of government. The governor has a role in this too, just like the House and the Senate. What the governor has suggested is that we wait until the spring to redistrict. He has his various reasons why. We wait until the spring. I don't have any issue with that. If you've seen anything out of the Senate, we move pretty slowly anyhow. But our goal is just to be methodical and measured, and so we are expectant. We'll continue to learn more as time goes on. At this point, I've been very clear as well. There is no ongoing work inside the Senate on redistricting, and I say that in the context of drawing maps, exploring ideas, any of those things. At this point in time, we don't see, knowing that spring is several months away, we don't really see the need to go out and do these things yet.
Do you feel a need to do it at all?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. That's a good question. Good morning to you too. Good morning. I know the governor has said on a couple of occasions, he's talked about how some of these court cases may direct us to build a different set of maps that adhere to what may become, a new perspective or new law, or new perspective about a law. Time will tell, I think, and we see what the end result of some of this stuff would be.
What are you going to do if the House sends over a map? They've already said that it's irresponsible to wait because the qualifying deadlines are in April, and and then there's speculation that part of the reason the governor may want to wait is to put it into the context of the Purcell principle, which means the court wouldn't be able to overturn it. But more importantly, if the House passes a map during regular session and sends it over, you're just going to say, sorry, we're not going to look at it?
We'll see what happens. That's why I leave it. with that.
So on consensus,
We'll see what happens.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
It's okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On consensus building, what type of restrictions on open carry do you think is possible?
What type of restrictions on open carry do I think
firearms?
I think is possible?
Yeah, any new gun regulations?
So you're obviously aware, the courts essentially approved open carry.
Mm-hmm.
There
the
was.
Attorney General did, just to clarify, the Attorney General approved it because he's not challenging it, right? But it hasn't gone to the
Well,
Supreme
I would say
Court.
functionally, right?
Okay.
Functionally. Yeah, but the actual decision that stimulated all of it was in the courts. But though you're not wrong. So a couple things that have been interesting to me. First is that, of course, when you take a look at the current, what I'll say are secure zones that are some defined by the federal government and then some by the state government, there was a possible discrepancy in there about where it says handgun instead of firearms. So then you now have the conversation on long guns, but the AG has provided some clarification on that as well, that it's his opinion that it applies to all guns in those secure zones. What is possible about new firearm regulation? So are you suggesting? Are you asking that? Do I believe in the Senate that there is an appetite to expand restrictions?
Gun-free zones? Yes. Is there an appetite to expand gun regulations, restrictions on where guns can be carried, who can purchase guns, and other regulations of firearms?
Now I'm gonna give you an answer, but I want to be clear to everybody in the room. I am not the king of the Florida Senate. There are senators here that have opinions, and they matter. My responsibility is to serve the Florida Senate in the context of Floridians. That is exactly what it is. So I want to be very clear to say, if I give you a statement, if I say something that Ben Albritton thinks, I don't know that that's fair, because you started all of this in the context of building consensus. That works that way in the Florida Senate too. No, I'm going to answer your question. I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm being very clear. All of you work very hard to write on intent and write what somebody says, right? It's important because you want to report the truth. It's how you're measured every day. But we're the same way. So I only say that to you to say this. I don't know the answer to the question. It's going to have to be up to the Florida Senate. Have I heard lots of conversation and been having conversation with other senators about additional restrictions? No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Would there likely be bills that are filed that do that very thing? I'm sure there is every year. What's interesting to me, and I think this is interesting, is that the district that I'm blessed to represent, District 27, is, I would say, possibly the most red district in the state of Florida. It may be rivaled by some up here in the Panhandle, but the fact is, it is a deeply red district. And I've been in and around. I'm in and around down there. I have not, nor have I heard from conversation with sheriffs. I've had conversation even as recently as last week with folks in the NRA. I'm not hearing that open carry now has become this catastrophic problem. I have not seen in my travels around the state, I haven't seen a single person open carrying. I don't know if that's because maybe, and when I say I don't know, let me be clear, that means I don't know, and I'm not speaking for other people. I would not open carry. I would not. But I have a concealed carry permit. Even if I didn't have a permit, I could conceal carry without a permit. And that's what I think is the best way to carry. You have the element of surprise, and there's no reason to do anything any different in my mind. And it's the way I conduct myself. All that being said.
I want to go back to property taxes.
Yes, ma'am.
That was Senate President Ben Albritton, who was asked and discussing there about a number of topics. Most recently, as we were hearing there, he was talking about open carry. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you back to that news conference where we were hearing from Senate President Ben Albritton, giving a lot of helpful information there as we look ahead to the upcoming legislative session in Tallahassee and some of the big topics that are on the minds of folks all across the state of Florida. In fact, when we took a break, one of the other reporters was getting ready to ask another question about property taxes. So I'm going to want to get you back there so we can hear more of that discussion.
I want to go back to property taxes.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you talked about how there were core functions of the communities that are funded by property taxes. In rallying support for his ideas, the governor has been saying at press conferences that, you know, people from rural communities shouldn't pay attention to scare tactics about property taxes, that he could backfill their core functions, like their police department, for instance, from state coffers, that it would be like a rounding error. Could you comment on that? Like, is that possible? Does the governor have authority to spend money like that? What would that actually look like?
Well, I appreciate the thought, by the way. Obviously, you know, I come from a rural part of the state, so I appreciate his thought there. That's very kind. No, the governor, the Florida legislature does we're given the power to appropriate. The governor certainly is the chief executive. He has the ability to either veto or be supportive. He has I would say, the ability and the opportunity to be able to share perspective in his budget request and when he lays out his budget. So, yeah, the opportunity to backfill, and again, I'm thankful for his perspective. The opportunity to backfill lies in the legislature.
What should the state's do you see that as a bad precedent where you would have potentially 29 fiscally constrained counties required to come to Tallahassee to get a major chunk of their local financing? You're from a small town, small community. That would be one of those kind of issues that they would have to confront.
Sure, I'd say that's fair. That's certainly a concern. Yeah.
That's it? A concern? Well, I wonder if you see this as...
Why would that be offensive?
Well,
I don't understand.
Do you see that as upending a bit the relationship between local government and its citizens and the state government having, undue authority over local governments when it comes to financing?
Here's what is challenging about the entire thing. By the way, I didn't mean to be sense conflictory. I didn't understand the question of concern. I mean, concern means you're paying attention, in my mind. So we certainly have concern over that. Would it be I can't argue your point, right, about it being a change. The idea that fiscally constrained counties would have to come up every year and essentially argue for their existence. Yeah, that'd certainly be a change. Do I love the idea of that? Of course not. Of course not. But I know this. I know that. Bless you.
Thank you.
But I know that we've used the word before, and I believe it's important. Affordability is a challenge, and providing some relief in the property tax space is a great way to do that, and especially for Floridians, right? For Homestead, especially for Floridians. That's great. Well, one of the challenges with that is that it has to be equitable across the state, right? That's my perspective, which means it's going to affect. Florida's a very diverse state, and the local economies are also very diverse. So making a change within the property tax structure of the state is going to have an impact on different parts of the state in different ways. Now, do I love the idea of making sure that our fiscally constrained counties, those 29, have sustainability? Of course. Could the downside be that the state backfills and they've got to come up here and argue for their existence every year? I mean, potentially. Potentially. You haven't had a question yet, have you? Go ahead.
Where do you stand on AI regulation, especially now that President Trump this morning said he would sign a block on states regulating it, while the governor, meanwhile, has proposed an AI Bill of Rights? So where do you stand on that?
So, part of Measure 3 times, I've actually read the president's AI plan, not the one he's going to, the conversation of this week, but the original one that he put out about how the country should go forward on AI. And it was really interesting. Actually made me think of some things I've never thought about before. And then secondly, so the president, the way I view it is, the president has a view about this which is more global, and is very energetic about wanting to see where AI can lead the business community. And here's an example. There was a lot of discussion inside of his executive document. I don't know how it was specifically. I don't recall. It's in my backpack. About the national defense. Sure. I mean, if AI can help us defend this country more readily and more efficiently, I'm all in. So globally, I think the president has a great perspective on it. Where the governor is, I also appreciate, and they're not mutually exclusive. What I appreciate about where the governor's coming from is he's got concerns about how it impacts Floridians on a personal or individual basis, and making sure that those liberties are protected. Let me give you what is almost the complete flip side of what I just described in defense. A teen that is Well, I'll say it this way. It doesn't seem thoughtful, reasonable, or even, I want to use the word safe. I can't come up with something else, that a teen receive mental health treatment, especially during a crisis, from a bot. A bot cannot feel emotion. A bot can't be empathetic. A bot can't sense human nature, not like a human being can. And those are critical circumstances. So I guess I use that as an example to say that we can figure out a way to land the plane, and we can make sure that Floridians have the protections that they deserve. AI is here. It's not going away. We're going to have to adapt what we're doing. And even state government, to make sure that it's being used the right way for the right reasons. And the definition of that, I think, will evolve over time.
But so, if that executive order goes in, though, can we do that?
Though I haven't read the executive order, so I don't know. I mean, your question is appropriate. I don't know the answer to the question, not until I see what it is specifically that the president comes out with and where that relates to what our authorities are. I wouldn't know where to start. Again, is an appropriate question. Yes, sir, you had a question?
Yeah, and good morning.
Good morning to you.
Getting back to the whole discussion about property taxes, my question is, why has that not triggered a larger discussion about the state's tax structure altogether? The fact that it only has two stools. Everybody knows, I mean, two legs on the stool. Everybody knows two-legged stool isn't very stable. John McKay tried to deal with this decades ago. You know, that's a case when, the Senate took the lead on dealing with the issue of, the fairness of Florida's tax rate and the stability of it. So why has this current discussion not led to a broader discussion of how to fix Florida's tax structure and make it fair and equitable for everybody, instead of getting rid of taxes like, corporate taxes, now we're going to get rid of property taxes, and then everything's going to be pushed onto sales taxes, I guess, and maybe we're going to have fees for fire service and police protection. So these are all the questions that are bouncing around. Why isn't somebody forming a blue ribbon committee or starting a conversation about our tax structure at large?
That's a lot in a question.
That is. It's a big.
By the way.
It's an English breakfast compared to a croissant.
Definitely some biscuits and sausage gravy in that one. Okay, I'll take a stab at it like this. Florida has done a good job, in my opinion. Florida government has done a good job of making us a low-tax state. We don't have a personal income tax here. We can build a list of other ways that our taxes are low. And, every single year that goes by, at least I think every year. Now, I was going to say don't quote me on this, but that's what you do. I think every year I've been in the legislature, there's been a tax relief package. My only hesitation would be thinking about maybe 11 and 12. That's a long time ago. But anyhow, what has happened is that there's been a lot of work with the legislature and our governors, both DeSantis and Scott, to keep Florida competitive in the tax arena. And sir, I guess I'm trying to in my mind, the goal is lower taxes for Floridians, lower taxes. And we've shown, I believe, over the years where we can achieve that goal. Property taxes is a new discussion. Part of it's driven by, you all know this, right? Part of it's driven by the value of homes and supply and demand in Florida. There's a lot of factors that have gone into making this, property taxes, certainly a worthwhile discussion. So when you start thinking about, you're talking about equitable, what exactly, do you mean? So one of the things that I've heard the governor suggest, and I think it's fair, is that if we can lower the costs for Floridians, and property taxes is a great place to do that, then that's great. That's important. What I'm seeking, I'm here. I'm trying to get. You asked the question, why is that not triggered a larger, and I'll paraphrase, but triggered a larger conversation about tax structure in Florida as a whole. I mean, I would say to you, and honest to goodness, I'm trying to be thoughtful and fair. I think we do every year. I mean, I think we do every year. We you know, just the fact that we have an active Finance and Tax Committee in the Senate is an important part of having that conversation. And we did some really cool things last year for property tax reductions for Floridians, and I'm proud of those. So, yes, sir, I'd argue we do every year. Not minimizing your question, by the way, but that's at least what's banging around in my head.
Senate President Ben Albritton speaking with reporters earlier today at a news conference in Tallahassee, giving them the chance to ask a variety of questions about a lot of different topics, because there are some major topics and a lot of questions surrounding them heading into the legislative session. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track the investigation into the death of Anna Kepner, the Titusville teenager who was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship. If you were with us at all on Friday, you heard a lot of discussion looking into the court hearing on that day in the unrelated child custody case, where we heard some more about the last time Anna Kepner was seen, some more about the circumstances on board the cruise ship, but we still have a lot of questions in this case. And Michael Piniella, a criminal defense attorney who is not involved in this case, was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about the developments and the way things are playing out in that investigation.
So much of this, Michael, you know, details we learned really from the family first, and they're confirmed by officials. Is that different than what you would expect in terms of how some of this comes out?
Well, I think this case is very unusual because obviously it has a lot of interest and it's very important and it's a tragic situation, but we're getting our information from an unrelated family law case based in part on pleadings filed by attorneys because they want something different. It's about custody of other children. So we need to be really careful about what we're taking as fact and gospel from this unrelated court situation. And yeah, it's very unusual.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure because it is very different than what we've seen. What could be holding up an arrest here? I mean, we know the custody hearing, we heard about maybe potential pending test results. Might that be it where the prosecution is still kind of putting their case together?
Well, right now, I mean, what we know is that this is a federal case. The FBI is looking at this, and when the FBI takes a case on, they're not going to make an arrest until they're absolutely sure. I mean, it's their MO, it's what they do. It's not unusual for this to take some time, make sure that law enforcement, especially at the federal level, is uncovering every lead and they understand exactly what they need to know before moving forward. In a murder case or any serious case, we wouldn't expect an arrest super quick, especially when there's uncertain circumstances surrounding it.
Yeah, they want to make sure they've got everything and they've got a case that they can win. From your perspective, watching that custody hearing, what you learned from that and then what you're watching right now, what is top of mind for you in this case?
I mean, top of mind for me is I think that the parties in the family law case are probably both frustrated and at the same time wondering how this is going to impact their other children. I mean, they're disputing over who's going to have custody of the other kids, including a person who may very well be a suspect in the murder of Anna Kepner. So what's playing out in the family law stage is absolutely affecting this criminal arena because here we are talking about it. And so I think that basically a lot of people are trying to figure out how do we move forward as a family while also navigating this tragedy, and at the same time, how do we not use this death to our advantage, even unintentionally, when it comes to trying to get some sort of custody of the other children.
Yeah, and let's finish with this. And we know, you know for sure, there's due process here. So sometimes the suspect doesn't turn out to be who's arrested, who's convicted, but we know there's a lot of focus on this 16-year-old stepbrother, and there's the legal process, but there's also the family process. If this is indeed who took her life, how do you protect others while we're waiting for this to play out? That's got to be something the FBI and the legal system has to balance here.
Well, that's exactly what's going on in the court pleadings in the family law case. I mean, the father's the father of the other children is saying, look, I want custody of my kids, given the fact that Anna Kepner was in the stepmother's care and the mother of these other children at the time. But one thing might actually not have to do with the other. And so it's a little bit difficult to take these allegations in the unrelated case and then apply it here. We're going to have to wait to see a little bit more information, especially from a legitimate source like law enforcement.
And finally, Michael, let's go this way. There's the legal side and then there's maybe the civil side. Might we see maybe the parents question in other ways given the circumstances? We learned what led to those two being in the same room.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the civil side of this, I mean, this is on a cruise line, for goodness sake. The circumstances surrounding this death are huge because there's significant evidence to suggest that it wasn't a natural situation. And so if someone is liable, there could be civil liability both to the cruise line, to other people that might have been involved in the situation. But I think top of mind right now is the fact that we're talking about a murder investigation. Criminal trumps everything.
We are continuing to digging into court documents and trying to learn some new details about that every day here at Fox 35 as we continue to track that, because there is still so much that we don't know about what happened. As you heard, still no arrests in this. The FBI still has said very little, if anything, about this case as that investigation continues. Well, over the weekend, the bear hunt here in the state of Florida got underway. It's the state's first bear hunt in more than a decade. The state issued 170 permits for folks to hunt black bears as a way to control and manage the growing population of bears. There are a number of different places across the state where those bears can be hunted. There's been a lot of controversy about this. We've talked a little bit about it with one of the groups that had filed a lawsuit and tried to stop this hunt before it could start because of their concerns. They said that they believed the state was using some outdated information, statistic, science to propagate the need for this or explain the need for it. Earlier on Good Day Orlando, we talked to Travis Thompson. He's the executive director of a conservation group called All Florida. He talked about how this bear hunt is being regulated and what folks who are participating in it can expect moving forward.
Great weather this morning, unlike what we had this weekend, right? We do know the bear hunt started on Saturday. How is it going from your perspective?
I think it's going great. We're seeing a lot of hunters get out in the woods. They're being really selective. They're being timely. I haven't seen a lot of harvest reports yet.
Yeah.
Because what I think we're seeing is people being really slow and cautious about which bears they take.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of these hunters have a lot of bears on camera, and they want to be selective and take the best bear that they can.
Travis, can I ask you about the controversy? There are a lot of people, obviously, who did not want the bear hunt. There were people who did want the bear hunt. What is your take on that?
Well, yeah, hunting's a major part of conservation. Hunting's a huge success story. Black bear is a game species. It's hunted in 38 other states. This is not a controversial hunt to those of us that practice real conservation. I think what you're talking about is more of a preservationist mentality, people that don't want to use any kind of resource that we have in wildlife or nature. And black bear is a very sustainable resource. So I'm really happy that the hunt's back. I'm really happy with the way that it's laid out. And I look forward to seeing some successful harvests out there and maybe getting to taste a bear burger from somebody.
Well, you know, Travis, let me ask you this before I let you go. I know that the FWC says that this hunt is better regulated, right, than the last one. Did you participate in the last one, and what can you say to that?
I did not participate in the last one, but I followed the controversy pretty heavily on the last one. And I do know the FWC addressed selectivity, they addressed male-female harvest, they addressed all the things that many of the anti-hunters asked for them to address were addressed in this hunt to kind of make it a more fair and balanced approach to how we do hunt bears. Really proud of the work FWC did in that. And like I said, this is a really good hunt. Florida should have a bear hunt, and I'm happy that the season's back.
Well, and we should note that this bear hunt has already lasted longer than the last one did, that one they were talking about in 2015, that went only 2 days. It was supposed to last quite a bit longer than that, but it went only 2 days before they, met more than the totals of the harvest that they wanted to see. So some different ways, some changes and adjustments made ahead of this black bear hunt. And this time the tags were done differently, just a number of different changes to kind of prevent something like what happened in 2015 from happening again this time around. Some interesting statistics and data showing that car repossessions are on the rise. That's according to data from Cox Automotive, and it says shows that those repossessions have increased by 43% from 2022 to 2024. Bankrate insurance analyst Shannon Martin was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about what may be behind that trend.
So we know this is a hard time for a lot of people and they're making tough decisions. So what is behind this trend of car repossessions?
There's a lot of factors at play. Of course, car prices, whether new or used, are at record high. We know interest rates for auto loans have been high. And then it's just the overall factors of rising the cost of living, groceries, your car insurance, those day-to-day things are making it much harder for Americans to stretch their budgets like they're used to.
43% increase in car repossessions. What does that number say about the overall economy right now?
It gives us a very strong signal. I mean, that's over 500,000 people that had their cars repossessed than what had happened in the years prior. So really what we're doing at Bankrate is we're taking a look at the overall cost to own a vehicle. And we found that on average, Americans spend about $575 toward the cost of car ownership. That's before their lease or loan even comes into play. So it's not just the subprime loans, even though that is a strong factor. It's the overall cost of owning a vehicle that's becoming very difficult.
Shannon, let me ask you this. Does it also have to do with what kind of choices people are making when it comes to renting cars or maybe getting a car that's out of your means as well?
It can, and even with that, it's a little bit hard to judge. So you may have bought a car 4 years ago that fit well within your insurance budget, and maybe now the cost of your car insurance is 3 or 4 times what it was before. And that's some of those things that are kind of out of your control. But as a consumer, if you're going into a vehicle purchase, you want to get as many quotes as you can on different types of vehicles through your insurance agent. That way you have a good understanding of what car will work for your insurance budget, but then look at the cost of gas, look at the cost of ownership for that vehicle, and you want to keep how much you earn and your regular budget in mind.
Say you're an audience member out there listening right now and you're going, oh boy, this is me. I'm behind on my car payment. What do you do?
The first thing you do is call your lender. Depending on who you have a loan with, they might be able to work with you, give you an extension, or at least help you navigate your options. If you know you're not going to be able to make a payment, you want to ask them directly, how long do I have before my car is repossessed? In some situations, it's just one missed payment, but on average, it's between 90 to 120 days.
That was earlier today on Good Day Orlando. And check this out, at snowy Virginia. This is a live look in Charlottesville in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. Beautiful country there, but very cold right now, and you can see that snow coming down. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus here in much warmer, although not quite sunny Florida, at least not today, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Huge win for the Jacksonville Jags yesterday over the Indianapolis Colts. Been one of the top teams in the league this year. Travis Etienne Jr. Rushing for 2 touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence threw for 2 more. The final score 36-19. We heard from head coach Liam Cohen talking about what that win means.
What'd you see in terms of toughness and focus out of your team?
Yeah, I think our guys, took control of the moment, I guess you could say, in terms of understanding that, this was a big game in a lot of ways, and I think our guys have responded in so many ways in these big games, right? You look at, obviously, Kansas City, San Francisco, some of those moments where, I think they ultimately always kind of feel disrespected, and that's something that continues to feed our team.
Liam, in your first year, you've won a lot of different ways, but what's it been like the last 2 weeks here against a divisional opponent to get out early and, increase the lead, but be able to hang on to the lead? What's it been like the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, starting fast was something we didn't really do a great job of at times this season, and I think we've done a better job of executing early in games and also taking the momentum and using it, like actually coming and playing complementary football. And our defense did an unbelievable job, again, creating turnovers, and then we were able to take advantage of them. So I think this team is continuing to gain confidence, especially our quarterback right now, and that's something that ultimately is going to continue to hopefully lead us.
Trevor had a lot of success throwing downfield today. Just what did you see from him, and how big can unlocking that part of the offense really be for you guys?
Huge, huge. When you can attack, every blade of grass is something that ultimately we want to be able to do. And to get BTJ going down the field vertically, some great throws and catches from those guys. Tim Patrick made a few big plays down the field as well. That's a huge part of this game, is being able to stretch people vertically. So much of our pass game has been a little bit more intermediate and trying to create more zones and catch and run. And to make these guys just made plays today in a lot of ways. Like, those weren't phenomenally schemed up plays. Those are our players going out and being special.
And then just seeing Travis Etienne and what he was able to do in the run game, how important was that today?
Yeah, it was huge. In those kind of games, you've got to be able to grind out some clock. Continue to have balance, the huge turnover that we got, and then we hit the 28 or whatever it was yard run. Being explosive in the run game in some points, but also grinding out some of those hard physical runs. That's got to be a recipe for our success as we move forward.
Liam, Trevor's confidence in those deep balls, that just doesn't happen overnight. Is that product of maybe some of their way they're playing defense, the way you guys are running the ball? Or is it him, like you finally got into him, let it go, man?
Yeah, I think we have worked pretty hard, I would say, and throughout the whole season in practice, watching tape and really trying to detail and get more reps at throwing the ball down the field. We've been pretty diligent about every Wednesday in our Mamba, going and throwing the ball. Just let's throw a go ball. Like, let's just keep throwing it down the field a little bit. And then again this Thursday, we try to do the same thing with him and BT on the first play of Mamba again. So we've worked at it. Credit these guys for sticking with it and continuing to have confidence in each other, right? In each other to go make plays. So, I think that us being able to run it may have helped in some of those, but really a few of those were just like those guys going out and making huge plays.
When you have a team that feeds on disrespect, how does that continue to go when maybe the respect starts to come, which might be where you are right now? I don't know if we'll ever
really get it. So that's the beauty of it. It ain't coming. You know that. It's not. So, and that's the beauty of it. And that's totally fine. And, it's one of those things that I think the group right now, Houston was good for us. I do believe that. The end of Houston was good for us. And to know that each game is going to be a 60-minute football game, and our mindset and mentality has to be that way. And when you get into December and you're going to go play some really difficult games on the schedule coming up, and everyone counts. Trevor just said it. Everyone is exactly the same right now moving forward for us. And I'm very proud of these guys getting the 9 wins, but a lot of work to be done.
Sounds like you don't honestly want the respect to come.
Yeah, I don't think it helps. I've heard the rat poison before. Everybody loves you when you're doing it well, and then, you're always going to find something. That's the competitive advantage that you have. Every player has to get themselves into a place, right? You always hear the stories about Jordan and how he would create things to get himself into a place to go compete. So our guys just keep finding ways to get a little bit pissed off and go play their tails off and execute, though, at a higher level. And I think that's the thing that we're starting to see a little bit better since the Chargers game is, playing with an edge, but also going out and executing the plan at a higher level.
I apologize for bringing up last year, but when you watched the film, you saw the complete lack of complementary football. You mentioned it a moment ago. To get those takeaways, then turn right around one play later, score, and again get points off of takeaways, how important that is to this team.
It's so big. It's one of the biggest aspects of Campy's defense that I've appreciated from day one was, we want to stop the run and limit the run, and we want to try to take the ball away. And now those were two things that we really tried to emphasize from the moment that we got here together as a staff. They did a phenomenal job all throughout OTAs, mini camp, training camp, really preaching the ball disruption and to continue to be able to, punch, hammer, rake, be opportunistic. The zone coverage drops we've worked so much at. And to see some of those come to fruition is exactly why you coach. It's, you typically get what you emphasize in this league.
Head coach Liam Cohen talking about a big Jags win over the Colts. For the Orlando Magic, it was a tough loss yesterday to the New York Knicks. They lost 106-100, but the bigger loss just might be Franz Wagner, who landed awkwardly after going up for a dunk and then needed help getting to the locker room after that. So we heard after the game from head coach Jamal Mosley talking about what we know, and you're also going to hear from Orlando Magic guard Jalen Suggs.
Any additional update on Franz?
So update on Franz is just lower leg injury. We're going to go ahead and evaluate him when we get back to Orlando.
How tough is it for a guy that does everything right and, gives as much as he does?
I mean, you've never seen, you want to see anybody go down, but, that hurt my heart watching him, hit the floor. But I'm just praying that everything is going to be okay with him. But again, you just don't like to see that happen to anyone, especially, Boogie, who does everything, trying to do everything the right way at all times as he's on the floor.
How would you evaluate the season he's had to this point?
Pardon me?
How would you evaluate the season he's had to this point?
I mean, it's a long NBA season, so I think you evaluate it in different waves. We take ours in 5-game series.
I mean, Franz specifically.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the entire team.
Yeah, and
Franzi, I think Franzi's been great. I think he's, just continuing to step up to the plate and doing everything that we ask him to do, beginning on the defensive end of the floor, taking on different challenges, stepping on the offensive end with confidence. The things that he's great at doing is getting downhill, attacking the basket, getting to the free throw line, stepping into a shot with confidence. I mean, he's been great for us this year.
Is it especially frustrating? You guys just got Ben Carroll back, back to full strength effectively, and now one of your better players again goes down.
We've been here before, and that's the thing about it, that you always lean on the things that have happened in the past a little bit to take that experience, but we've got to learn from it. What are we going to do and how are we going to play? Again, you don't want to see anybody go down, but we talked about our depth and our defense being our strong suit, so our guys are going to have to step up to the plate, depending on how long guys are out for.
Seeing something like that happen obviously has an impact on guys. How did you think your group handled it and responded?
I think it took a minute for us to respond, which is natural. When one of your brothers goes down, it takes a moment. Like I said, my heart hurt as soon as he went down, so it's hard to get yourself back in that space. But our guys, I think, as time went on, they got themselves back into it, and then even that last group came in, and they fought their way back into this game, no matter what's happening, because we played to that, that final buzzer goes off.
Did you like the 3-point looks you guys were able to get tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of when you say a lot of it is a make-miss league in this situation. You shoot 28% from the 3 and 67% from the free throw line. You got to give yourself a chance. I mean, this is a team that, consistently has been putting up big first quarter numbers. They had 35 in that first, but it's also a team that's also going on to average, 120 at points. So to hold them to 106 and rely on our defense is something that we got to continue to hang our hat on. But again, when you step on the floor and you step into your shot, you got to do it with confidence.
Third time seeing the Knicks already this season, this time without Towns. What was different about them playing without Cat?
I mean, I think they ran a lot of the same sets, but some of their stuff was more pick and roll heavy. Getting Jalen to come back to the basketball. He got himself going early at the free throw line, to start. But I think a lot of it was more pick and roll than it is off ball.
That was head coach Jamal Mosley. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus and get you back at the top of the hour for Florida Live, but I want to let you know about a couple of things that we are standing by for in that 2 o'clock hour that we're going to do our best to bring you live. Coming up on Florida Live, give you a live look at the White House right now. We're expecting President Trump to participate in a roundtable in this 2 o'clock hour. According to the Associated Press, he's expected to announce a $12 billion farm aid package. We know that farmers have struggled to sell crops. They've been hit by rising costs because of the increased tariffs on China and a trade war that has kind of escalated. So we will be standing by for that. On the right, you're taking a look at the Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee, where we expect leaders in the Florida House and Senate to hold a joint news conference to outline their platform for the 2026 legislative session. So we will be standing by for that as well. And we hope you join us coming up at 2 o'clock for Florida Live here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. So we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Want to let you know we are standing by for a couple of live events in this hour. In fact, one of them getting ready to get underway. That's on the right at the in Tallahassee, the Florida State Capitol, where we are going to hear from some Florida House and Senate Democratic leaders holding a news conference to talk about their plans for the upcoming legislative session. We are also standing by for a roundtable with President Donald Trump, where we expect him, according to the AP, expect him to announce a $12 billion farmer aid package to help farmers who have struggled because of the trade war with China. So those are a couple of things we are monitoring at this hour. We are also continuing to track the investigation into what is now a deadly gas explosion in Eustis. We have learned that over the weekend, the woman who was critically injured when that natural gas explosion happened last week died from her injuries. We also still have some questions about what happened and how something like this could have happened. I want to check in with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live right now from Eustis, where we see plywood on the buildings behind her, and still a lot going on when it comes to looking into this. And Marie, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Yeah, of course. So I'm right outside the shop right now. And there are a few things about it that are really striking. One of them that I'll just tell you about, since you can see, is that it still smells so strongly of smoke right here. The smell of gas has dissipated, but I did talk with a lot of people in this area who said they'd smelled gas that morning. The fire chief, though, says that there was not a gas line going into the actual buildings. That's the mystery you talked about, Garrett. I'll flip you around so you can see, just in contrast to the video from that Thursday when this happened. That was Thursday morning. Here's what we're looking at right now. You can see the fire marks up there still on the roof where part of that, the flames went out on the other side, but still obviously expanded out here. You can see the plywood that Garrett mentioned, and there is a marking from the city deeming the building unsafe. A City of Eustis worker actually just left maybe 25 seconds ago, pulled out of the area that had been inspecting. You can see all the glass along the ground, fiberglass there, some of the destroyed materials that's littering it. But then the other thing contrasting all this is the vibrant colors left over. We talked with some people who knew Wendy, who was the woman who owned the shop and who passed away. They came out today to drop off these flowers on her butterfly chair that we're told she used to sit in every single day, waving at people and greeting them as they passed. The vibrant colors here are what stuck out to the people who dropped them off. They were saying that Wendy herself was so invigorating and such a vibrant and colorful person. One of the women we talked with said that she actually had given Wendy that birdhouse that you see right there. And she said it was incredible to see it still hanging up even after all of this destruction. The chair here actually had blown maybe a dozen feet away or so after the explosion, just to give you some demonstration of how strong that really was. This is a metal chair. It's fairly heavy, not something that you could just toss away easily. So that was the force of this. The question now, of course, is still about how this happened. I can walk you over to the other side where we can see the gas line had been shut off shortly before this explosion happened. The fire chief, though, is still trying to figure out more about how and why. So they've gotten calls about the smell of gas that morning. The Eustis Fire Department did, and so they came over to shut the line off. And the chief said that they had successfully crimped it, but it was a little bit after that the explosion within the building happened. And as I mentioned, the fire chief says that there is not an actual gas line into the building. This is the line that I'm talking about, still blocked off by the city. But you can see here, right beside the shop is where that line was and what the city worker was looking at just a moment ago. They wound up evacuating some of these buildings and a neighboring one after this explosion and while they were dealing with the gas leak. And once they figured out that everyone was okay, they were allowed back inside. But people there said they were still pretty shaken up. And a couple of them said that they had reported smelling gas prior to this. One woman that Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie was able to speak with said that she had reported this a couple of weeks ago. I talked with that woman's roommate on the phone, and she said she remembers that at the beginning of November, her roommate had talked with the landlord saying she smelled the gas. So that was there, and this is the other side of the jewelry store that wound up having that explosion. So just a little bit about the jewelry store owner, Wendy Davis. Her family also described her as extremely loving and kind. They have been a little bit too broken up about all this to want to do a formal interview just yet, but that is the word that we keep hearing is loving. We also keep hearing from her family and from friends about how much Wendy loved her community. People who knew her, who I was able to talk with today, say she was always involved in the community, very involved in her church, and that anybody who stopped into her store would always leave with something that she would gift them. Even if they hadn't bought something, they would leave with something. She just wanted to spread that joy and just been part of this community for years and years. I talked with people who just stopped by. They used to drive, or they would drive in this area every day, and so they wanted to know how the shop owner was doing. They were heartbroken to learn of her passing and said that she will be very, very missed. Garrett?
Yeah, certainly sad updates there, and still a lot of questions. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and giving us the latest on that.
Of course.
It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area, and for that, I want to take us to Fox 13 Tampa Bay and Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Today, U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem was here in Tampa over at Tampa International Airport handing out bonus checks to certain TSA officers that were worth $10,000. Now, during the government shutdown, TSA officers at Tampa International Airport and across the country continued to work without pay. Now, that shutdown lasted from October 1st through November 12th. And today, as I mentioned, Noem gave $10,000 bonus checks to about 24 TSA officers.
These individuals behind us, they continue to serve regardless of their situation and to keep people safe, getting paid, and the government was shut down.
So not all TSA officers received a bonus check worth $10,000. The officers that did were nominated by leadership at Tampa International Airport as well as their supervisors. Now, some of the officers who received a check include one who was taking care of her disabled husband while working without receiving a regular paycheck. Another TSA officer that Noem highlighted had recently gotten engaged and bought a home just before the government shutdown, and she had to postpone her engagement celebration as well as buying furniture for that new home because she was not receiving a regular paycheck, but she continued to show up at work at Tampa International Airport. And that particular officer spoke about having to go to a food bank here in the Tampa area once a week just to get groceries during that government shutdown. Now, today, the officers who received those bonuses all received envelopes during this morning's press conference. Now, those envelopes did not contain the actual $10,000 check. Instead, Noem said those envelopes held a piece of paper that said the $10,000 bonus would be deposited into their direct deposit accounts when they received their next paycheck. Now, Noem did say that more bonus checks will be handed out, but in order to receive one of those bonus checks, the TSA officer must be nominated by leadership and or a supervisor. Garrett?
Well, certainly a nice way for them to be recognized for their work during the government shutdown after what was likely a tough time for a lot of them. You know, we heard just some of their stories, but I'm sure it was tough for a lot of them working without a paycheck, and not only the financial hardships, but just the stress that comes along with that as well. So I would imagine that was certainly welcome for them there.
Yeah, it was definitely a welcome bonus, especially being right before the holidays.
Yeah.
You know, as you mentioned, I mean, it is extremely stressful not to receive a paycheck, and they're all dealing with issues in their personal lives as well. Like, I mean, she mentioned someone's taking care of their disabled husband. Another one talked about having to go to a food bank just to get groceries to put food on the table. So, I mean, it was definitely a hardship during that government shutdown. So these bonus checks were well welcome today.
Also in our Tampa connection, and a big announcement at USF.
Yes, there's a new head football coach at USF, and the school officially introduced Brian Hartline to the USF Bulls and the Tampa community during a press conference this morning. He, of course, is replacing Alec Golish, who was tapped to head up the football team at Auburn University. Now, Hartline comes from The Ohio State University and will continue his duties as offensive coordinator and wide receivers coach at that school through the Big Ten Championship and the college football playoff. Now, under Hartline's direction, Ohio State's 2025 offense has been among the nation's best. And during his 3 seasons at the school, overseeing or co-overseeing the offense, Ohio State has posted a 37-4 record. Now, across his 8 seasons on staff, the program is 92-11, winning an impressive 89% of its games. Now, Hartline also has been part of the Big Ten championships as both a coach as well as a player. He was also named 24/7 Sports National Recruiter of the Year back in 2020. So I'm sure the USF Bulls are happy to have him as their official head coach. Garrett?
On hearing him at that news conference earlier today, he was certainly fired up. There is no doubt about that. Exciting times ahead. Or so it seems. Our third story here in the Tampa connection, and that's an investigation into a deadly shooting at a sports bar.
Yeah, this happened last night around 8 o'clock at Fuzzy's Sports Bar and Grill over in Clearwater. Now, we don't know a whole lot of information, but when officers got to the scene, they said they found one man who had been shot, and that man did die from his injuries. And police said 4 other shooting victims, however, showed up to Morton Plant Hospital. The driver who took those 4 people to the hospital dropped the victims off and then drove away. Now, 3 of those 4 victims were eventually taken to St. Joe's Hospital here in Tampa for additional medical treatment. The 4th victim was taken to Orlando Health Bayfront Medical Center for follow-up care. However, we do not know the conditions of these people at this particular time. Detectives said that they believe the suspects were 2 men who were dressed in dark clothing, and they said that those 2 men took off from the scene, so police are looking for those 2 men. They did, however, say that they do not believe that this was a random act, and they are asking anybody who has any information on this deadly shooting to contact the Clearwater Police Department. Garrett?
And finally, an arrest of 8 teenagers in connection with an interesting case out of Polk County. What do we know about this one, Nancy?
Yes, Garrett. So these 8 teenagers were actually in Davenport for a youth football championship. We're being told that all 8 of them are from Pennsylvania. And so the Polk County Sheriff's Office says that on Saturday morning, the 8 teens went to a Dick's Sporting Goods store in Davenport, and they actually split up into 2 groups. They said that one team from one of the groups made a purchase at that store and then went back inside and got together with the other teens, and that's where a lot of those teens put merchandise inside that store bag, and those teens were stopped as they tried to walk out of the store without paying for those other items. Now, deputies said one teen had stolen merchandise inside of a black backpack, and another had that bag from the store with over $2,000 worth of stolen goods inside. Police or deputies said that another teen actually had a beanie stuffed in his pants. Investigators said those teens tried to steal, again, the total in merchandise was over $2,000. And these teens, they are from Pennsylvania. We're told that they are part of the United Thoroughbreds, which is a youth football team. They were in Polk County participating in the Prolifics Nationals tournament. Now, the team's coach, who's 29 years old, he's from Philadelphia, he actually went to the Dick's Sporting Goods store and confirmed that the teens were staying in Davenport for that championship game that was scheduled later that day. Deputies also notified the parents of all of those teenagers, and all 8 suspects, they did not provide statements, but we are being told that none of those suspects have prior criminal arrest histories. That's according according to the Philadelphia Juvenile Justice Service Centers. Now, the suspects, they were all taken to the Juvenile Assessment Center and charged with retail theft over $750 and conspiracy to commit retail theft. Those teens were not allowed to play in the scheduled championship game because of these arrests. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, he says he doesn't care where you are from. If you break the law in Polk County, you will be held accountable. Garrett.
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you live right now to Tallahassee. This is State Senator Lori Berman, who is the Democratic leader in the Senate. You also see Fentrice Driscoll, who is the Democratic leader in the House, talking about their platforms and priorities for the upcoming legislative session. They've wrapped up their remarks. They're now taking questions from reporters, so let's go ahead and listen in live.
Then there's a direct benefit without a loss of services.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Thank you, Leader Berman. And I would just echo that the loss of services is something that we have to keep an eye on. We know that our property taxes fund so many of those local services, like police, like fire, like garbage pickup, like our schools, and we don't want to see Floridians lose out on that, particularly at a time where we know that the state will soon be facing a budget shortfall, just based on the projections that we've seen from the state. And we know that even at the federal level, things are a bit volatile. And having come out of a pandemic where we know that when Floridians are going through hard times, they need to lean into their local governments more. We don't want to do anything that would cut back those services. And there are plenty of other ways to push affordability without ever touching a single property tax.
In your position, but when it comes to property tax, do you see that as a very narrow offering for folks? There's different research out there about the impacts of eliminating property tax and what kind of burden that could shift onto, say, renters or those in the service industry, everyone else who does not own a home in a time when it's already difficult to purchase a home.
Yeah, I mean, I think you really hit the nail on the head in your question, which is that property tax providing that relief would provide relief to homeowners, to people who own property, but that means that local governments would have to make up these revenues in other ways. And so they probably would start looking towards something like, for example, a sales tax, which we know is one of the most regressive forms of taxation that we have in our system of government, because, you know, the folks who, who are less income tend to spend more of their income on things like sales tax. So property taxes right now, it actually is quite a fair system. And if we could just get our Republican colleagues to focus on the things that the people of Florida ask them to focus on, namely property insurance, I think we could find better pathways to affordability and not hurt our local governments in the process.
Has there been some discussion at the national level with the insurance idea, the compact? The states are somewhat open to this idea?
So this is not a new idea, as many of you know. Back in the day, Senator Skip Campbell filed legislation that would have created a compact. So this is an idea that needs its day in the sun and in the Sunshine State. This is an affordability issue that we actually can do something about. The information that was presented to the previous administrations showed that when you pool risk, if you take, and this is a wild example, let's say, California, Florida, and Japan, you can reduce insurance premiums for homeowners by at least 30%. That information was presented in 2021 and in 2024. But we as a body have not been given that information or the ability to have that conversation. At the very least, this starts the conversations with our states, and we can work toward that savings together. And might I just add something on property tax? I mean, it's kind of a fool's gold narrative. When you are safeguarding all of public education taxes and you're safeguarding all of law enforcement taxes, that's a significant portion of the taxes. So what you're offering people is not the savings that they think they're getting when you tell them you're going to eliminate property tax. What we're talking about is actual savings, money in your pocket, a reduction of your insurance, the ability to buy a house.
Well done.
Excellent. State spending oversight bill. Can you speak to, I think there was mention of the Attorney General's role in investigating the spending. The current Attorney General has played a major role in some of the spending you're hoping to target. So how do you square that?
Certainly, though, that is the job of the Attorney General, to represent the people of the state of Florida. And I would hope that if an APAGA report or a study came down and said that there was malfeasance and mismanagement, that the Attorney General would take that issue up and would proceed forward with it.
Any additional questions? Yes.
On the property insurance issue, the interstate compact being envisioned, has anybody spoken to maybe their analogs in other states to see whether, what kind of appetite there is for that? And if so, which states and what was the result?
There is interest by California, North and South Carolina. Also, I'm doing this off the top of my head. I don't have them all, but they were referenced in some of the reports and that the Willis Tower Group put together. There are a number of states who have expressed an interest in seeing what that looks like in pooling that risk.
In a sort of a larger sense, I wonder if anybody might answer this idea of going into this session. We're seeing across the nation that there's some divisions within the MAGA world. There seems to be some polling that suggests disgruntlement with the Trump administration. The economy, as you're pointing out, is a central thing. Democrats in Florida right now, going into this session, clearly the table is tilted against you when it comes to the Republican majorities. But do you sense at this point the public is maybe more receptive to some of these concepts and more that the Democrats are representing right now, heading into January?
Yes, absolutely. I'll tell you, just amongst those of us who are here, we're very much in touch with our constituents. We hear from our neighbors. We hear about what's on their mind. And what they care about is affordability. This is the number one issue, whether it's homeowners insurance, whether it's the ability to afford a home or a place to rent. I mean, we could also talk about health care and utilities. but our agenda is very, very narrow and focused on these few issues, but it's all about affordability. And the sense that I also get is that they feel that both state government and federal government is broken. They are tired of headlines. They are tired of culture wars. They are tired of feeling like their government doesn't care about or doesn't listen to them. And so I think that this is actually a prime opportunity for Democrats to stay focused on these issues. By the way, we've been focused on these issues for years, but it just seems that now there's a moment in time where people are looking for an alternative. We also know that if you look at every national election, we've had change elections election cycle after election cycle. This environment leading into 2026, we're definitely dealing with a Trump midterm. Probably the closest analog to that we have is 2018. There was a lot of enthusiasm around Democratic candidates, I think because we were offering an alternative to the chaos that he was brewing even back then. So we're going to stay focused on these issues, fighting for Florida's families, fighting to make Florida more affordable for the people, and hopefully that might even translate to some electoral outcomes. Thank you. Oh.
Just one more. The relationship, how you're feeling between the two chambers, the Republican majority, coming off of last year's session and the turmoil there. How are we feeling now? Talk about special session before we.
You know, I think the fact that we're here together, both chambers, shows that there's a lot of possibility for cohesion in the legislature. What we have seen is that we have a lane governor, and I think that the legislature has taken back some of its co-equal power as a branch of government. And I'm hopeful that as this session goes on, we in the House and the Senate in both parties are able to work together and do things that really do affect affordability and that affect people's lives. And that's very much something that to be working on, and I think it is calling on all of us to do. Interestingly, the question comes up, well, are they going to hear any of your bills that you just proposed? Well, a couple weeks ago, you may remember we rolled out in the Senate an insurance platform. We rolled out 11 bills. One of those bills is being heard, Senator Rosalind Osgood's bill. So I'm hopeful that our colleagues will come along with us and address affordability, and I think this is the right time to do it. Thank you.
That was the Democratic leaders of the Florida House and Senate taking some questions, and it looks like our feed may be starting to go a little bit there and be a little glitchy, but interesting to hear them talk about some of their proposals, and also believing that some of their proposals may actually be able to be heard, even given the Republican supermajorities there in Tallahassee. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live. We are still standing by, awaiting that President Trump roundtable as well that we expect shortly, any minute now. So keep it right here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. live look at the White House right now, where we are standing by waiting for a round table featuring President Trump, and we will try to take you there when it begins. We are also tracking some breaking news, some reporting from this is now from confirmed from Orlando Magic. We first saw reporting from ESPN about Franz Wagner. We talked about it earlier if you were with us on Fox 35 News Plus. His injury, an MRI today showing that he suffered a left high ankle sprain. That was that injury when he landed awkwardly after that dunk in the first quarter of yesterday's game at the New York Knicks. It says from the Magic saying his return will depend on how he responds to treatment. But ESPN reporting that those injuries like that typically take about 2 to 4 weeks. So some breaking news, and certainly something that could have been a whole lot worse for Franz Wagner. Well, welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and we now have Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining us with our Florida Live forecast. And
hello.
Laurel, we call it the Sunshine State, but I haven't seen a whole lot of the sunshine out there today, that's for sure.
And especially through this weekend, I always feel even a little bit guilty, especially yesterday. There were so many holiday events going on, and because of the rain, a lot of them had to get scrubbed.
It was a bit of a bummer for, we go, especially this time of year where we don't typically see a whole lot of rain, and then for it to be on the weekend where there were so many events. It was a very popular weekend for all those holiday events, and so that's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, but honestly, we needed the rain. And I don't know about your lawn, but my grass was crispy.
Yes, definitely was I'm sure very thankful for a drink of water.
Thankful for the rain, but I really wish the timing could have, maybe pushed out to today. But even still, you kind of think like a Monday morning starting off, maybe like a little bit of the Sunday scaries. It was a little tough to get up this morning, Garrett, gotta say.
I know. I didn't get out of bed and run, so.
Now that's saying a lot.
I know. I know. Well, how are things looking out there right now?
Well, things are still gloomy out there, and this time yesterday, we could barely see the port. The rain was coming down so hard, and we are still seeing those very gloomy skies out there. Here's a look at Port Canaveral, taking a look over one of the Disney cruise lines, and also taking you to Orange County. This was another camera. We were close in on the Epcot ball, and usually when we have a pretty good close in, Garrett, you can see the ball clear as day. Yesterday, because of the rain, because of the clouds, we had the close-up view and you could barely see the Epcot ball lit up yesterday. Those clouds were so thick and that rain was so heavy yesterday. Now we're slowly starting to see a little bit of a break in those clouds. If you look way off in the distance, along the horizon, you can see a little bit of that sunshine peeking through, but we are going to be keeping those clouds around through the rest of your Monday. A little bit later on this evening, slowly starting to see those skies clear out, but that also means a little bit of cooler air is on the way. But good news, the radar looking a million times better than what we were seeing. Those skies are going to slowly start to clear out, but until then, not really seeing any rain in the forecast, at least for the next couple of days. Those skies slowly going to start to push out as we continue to head through the rest of the evening, but still keeping those clouds around, but it will continue to also stay a little on the muggy side as well. Forecast lows for tonight. As we head into later on this evening, those clouds will slowly start to push out, but that also means the cold air is moving in with it. So taking a look at those forecast lows tonight, it's going to be in the 40s up in Gainesville and Ocala tonight, dropping down into the low 50s as we barely hang on to the 50s here in Orlando. Down towards Tampa, you're probably looking at anywhere between the low 50s and upper 40s in your neck of the woods as well. So it's just going to continue to get pretty chilly as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight, but heading out the door tomorrow morning, much clearer and much calmer as we take a look out there tomorrow morning. Partly cloudy skies, breezy conditions, but also some of those cooler conditions as well. Temperatures lingering throughout the low 50s and then slowly warming up into the low 60s. It's going to be that nice, cool, refreshing breeze, but it still will be on the chilly side. If you think these temperatures, especially with that mugginess and also just that rawness that we kind of feel out there today, it's going to be same tomorrow, but a little bit more of that sunshine, which is good news for sure. Hopefully makes that waking up a little bit easier tomorrow as well. But really, Orlando temperatures not really fluctuating too much. We're going to go throughout the low 50s, slowly warm up into the upper 60s, low 70s tomorrow, and then slowly starting to back out. But really, for the forecast over the next couple of days, staying cool, and then we'll slowly start to make our way back up into the mid 70s, taking a look a little bit later on in the work week. and then we're going to see another frontal boundary that could bring us another chance of rain. Luckily, not as much rain as what we saw this weekend, but ahead, that's what we're going to be looking at the possibility for as we take a look ahead to next weekend. But again, right now it just looks like scattered showers, so knock on wood, let's hope that it stays that way for any other rescheduled or planned Christmas events that might be happening next weekend.
Let's, yes, cross our fingers and toes and everything for that. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
I want to get you now to the White House, where President Donald Trump is hosting this economic roundtable right now, and also expected to unveil a $12 billion aid package for farmers. Let's go ahead and listen in as the president speaks live.
Restrictions on energy, water, and countless other necessities for farmers, and what they did to the farmer in terms of putting the brakes on was just absolutely unacceptable. In my first term, we had an agricultural trade surplus by a lot. We had a big surplus, meaning that we were exporting American agricultural products all over the world, making a net profit, and in many cases a very substantial profit. He came in and ruined it. Biden turned that surplus into a gaping agricultural deficit that continues to this day, but we're knocking it down. It's starting to go very good. In fact, China, as you know, is buying a tremendous amount of soybeans, and the number, I spoke with President Xi recently, very recently, and I think he's going to do even more than he promised to do. So I think the relationship is a very good one. I think he's going to do more than he promised to do, and what he promised to do is a lot. So we're very happy with that. In the last year, Biden bankruptcies rose by 55%, having to do with farms. So farm bankruptcies under Joe Biden went up 55%. That's not good. But now we're once again in a position where a president is able to put farmers first. But unfortunately, I'm the only president that does that. On day one, I terminated the Green New Scam. Energy prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. We've slashed record numbers of crippling regulations, and we're working on huge trade deals already, securing $60 billion in agricultural purchase commitments. And you know, Biden made none. He didn't make any trade deals having to do with the farmers or any of it. It's crazy. China committed. He was the worst president in the history of our country, by the way, in case anybody has any questions. China committed to over $40 billion of soybean purchases, and that's a commitment. And I asked President Xi if he could even up it. And I think he'll do that. I mean, not a commitment. The $40 billion is a commitment, but the soybean farmers are quite happy. Since my successful meeting in South Korea with President Xi, purchases have been made and soybeans are being exported out of the United States to China as we speak. And I say that our soybeans, I told this to President Xi, our soybeans are more nutritious than competitors. Somebody said, is that a Trump statement or is that real? In fact, you know who asked me that question? President Xi asked me that question. He said, really, I had never heard of it. And he was a food purchaser for a long time. But that's what I hear. And Japan agreed to $8 billion in purchases of corn, soybeans, ethanol, fertilizer, aviation, biofuel, and rice. You know, Japan never bought rice from anybody else. It's like a very important thing to them. And they agreed to buy rice, okay?
Absolutely.
So I also proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in history, and the one big, beautiful bill, the monumental tax relief bill that is benefiting very, very strongly, benefiting the American farmer. And I think also for farmers, we have, as you know, and we got this, the estate tax, or the death tax, as they call it, on farmers, on small businesses. You don't have to pay it anymore. A lot of farms, you love your children, and your children are great, and they want to be farmers, and you leave the farm with your children, and a lot of farms are, you know, sort of cash poor, land-rich cash poor, and the kids would go to the local bank or to any bank, and they'd borrow money to pay the estate tax, and they'd end up losing the farm. They go bankrupt, and a lot of debt too, you know, literally. Because they love their farm and they love their business and they love that way of life, they end up committing suicide. A lot of suicides. We have no more estate tax. How about that? Do you have children?
I do.
Well, let them know. Now, if you love your children, then it's good. If you don't love your children, you don't have to leave them anything. It doesn't matter what I just said.
They're
But
still young. I still
I
love
have a
them.
feeling you love your children.
I still love them.
I have a feeling you love your children. But the estate tax is a very big thing, so you don't have estate tax. You die, you leave your farm or whatever, or small business to your children, you don't have to pay estate tax. It seems to affect the farmer more than anybody else. Because you can have a farm that's very valuable, and therefore you have to pay a big tax, but it's not a big value in terms of cash. Maximizing domestic farm production is a big part of how we will make America affordable again and bring down grocery prices for American families. And again, these are prices that we inherited. When I left, we were doing incredible. In 4 years, what they've done to this country and so many, and not even mentioning the border and the criminals allowed into our country and all of the other. So I just want to say it's a tremendous honor being with you. I'd now like to ask Secretary Rollins to provide some of the details, followed by Secretary Bessent, Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, Senator Bozeman, Representative Scott, and then we go to a couple of the farmers' representatives, but we'll all get involved a little bit. You can speak. Anybody is shy to speak in front of the press, and I don't blame you if that's the case, but farmers, Court Holub and Merrill Kennedy will say a few words also, and then we'll have a little discussion, okay? Madam Secretary.
Thank you to the greatest boss in the world for a long time now. It's just an honor to be here. I'm going to keep my comments very short because I really want to make sure that you and the world gets to hear from our farmers. So a couple of quick points. Number one, this country and our farm economy is facing a crisis that we inherited that most of these farmers have not seen in their lifetime. Profitability is down. It's just one crisis after another. When we came into office, or when you did and you were sworn in on January the 20th, as you mentioned, not one new trade deal had been struck in 4 years. The cost of inputs for our farmers, fertilizer up 36%, manual labor up 47%, interest rates up 73%. When you combine the cost of inputs for our farmers married to no new trade deals, and then you're facing an administration whose priorities were DEI, climate change, putting the farmer aside. I mean, it was an absolute war on agriculture and on our rural communities. That all changed on January 20th. So as, sir, we are working, and you have been just so resolute. I mean, these are our people. Rural America is the fabric of our country. This is the way of life that preserves the American dream for the next 250 years as we celebrate the first 250 years. So we began to go to work immediately.
Hearing from Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins right now, this economic roundtable. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Get you right back inside this roundtable going on live right now at the White House. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, or excuse me, Florida Live, rather, here on Fox Local, Fox 35 TV, and on YouTube. We are continuing to listen in to Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, who is speaking at this economic roundtable right now with President Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and listen back in as it continues.
The tariffs are taking in, hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're giving some up to the farmers because they were mistreated by other countries for, I don't know, maybe right reasons, maybe wrong reasons. They weren't. They were trying to show us something, and it's really worked out really well. But because of the tariffs, this is possible. The other thing I'd like to add before going to Scott, and I think it's very important, we're going to also give the tractor companies, John Deere and all of the companies that make the equipment, we're going to take off a lot of the environmental restrictions that they have on machinery. It's ridiculous. I know because I buy a lot of that machinery for different things. We have a lot of big clubs with, hundreds, thousands of acres. And I buy a lot of stuff, and you buy it, it's got so much equipment on it for the environmental, it doesn't do anything, except it makes the equipment much more expensive and much more complicated to work, and it's not as good as the old days. And we're going to take a lot of that nonsense off of the equipment, which is going to reduce, and we're going to do it, and we're going to say you're going to reduce the prices. We're not going to do it and they're not going to reduce. They're going to have to reduce their prices because farming equipment has gotten too expensive. And a lot of the reason is because they put these environmental excesses on the equipment, which don't do a damn thing except make it complicated, make it impractical. And you really have to be, in many cases, you need about 185 IQ to turn on a lawnmower. So we're going to take that off, that crap off that they put on Biden mostly. And we're going to take that off. So that's going to make that'll bring down the equipment prices a lot.
That's right.
And we're going to do that immediately. You're going to work with Lee Zeldin, who's not here. He's doing a fantastic job. And Lee is going to work that out. And that would be most of it. It's crazy. The machines, they're always under repair because they're so complicated that you can't fix them. The old days you used to fix it yourself. Now you can't do that. You have to be a PhD from, let's say, MIT. Okay, so we're going to get that done. Scott, please go ahead.
Good. Mr. President, thank you to the farmers to join us today. And I will tell all of you here that when either in person or when we are on a call with President Xi, the first thing the president asking for is more soybean purchases.
That's right.
We don't talk about geopolitics. We don't talk about trade. It's about soybean purchases.
We don't even say hello. We immediately start. Soybean. We start with the soybean, please.
Could you do a little? It's always could you do a little more? So, and I think President Xi has heard President Trump. This group represents an American way of life that has fed our nation in its spirit for hundreds of years. You are the caretakers of the most productive agricultural country on earth. You drive hundreds of billions of dollars in exports, support millions of jobs, and keep America's economy running strong. And this administration is committed to keeping it that way. By putting farmers first, President Trump is ushering in a new golden age for agriculture. The President's $11 billion relief package for America's farmers comes at a critical time. These direct payments will give producers the breathing room they need to market this year's harvest and plan for next season. This serves as a liquidity bridge during a period of adjustment, supporting the strongest agricultural sector in the world. Add this to the President's success in reining in Biden-era inflation, thanks to the administration's pro-growth policies, input costs like fuel and fertilizer are easing, and credit conditions are improving, interest rates are coming down, helping farmers prepare for the next harvest. President Trump scored a massive victory for America's farmers when he secured an arrangement with President Xi in Busan to reopen China's markets to U.S. agricultural exports, especially soybeans, sorghum, and other commodities. Under this framework, China committed to purchase at least 12 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans this growing season, followed by a minimum of 25 million tons annually for the next 3 years. And it's not just China. At the President's direction, Treasury, USTR, and the Department of Commerce have secured supplemental purchases of U.S. agricultural goods in major trade agreements across the world to open new markets to America's farmers. The One Big Beautiful bill also delivered transformative benefits for America's small farmers. It locked in full expensing for farm equipment and 100% expensing for farm structures built during the president's term. I believe Representative Scott and a group in the House, we were originally just going to do factories, and they called us and said, you need to do farm structures too, and the president said, we're all in. And it extended and enhanced.
Going to take one more break here on Florida Live as we continue to listen into this economic roundtable at the White House right now, talking a lot about farmers and some help on the way for them after they have really borne the brunt of the trade war with China and escalating tariffs on that country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back in to Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to give you a live look right now inside this economic roundtable where we are hearing right now from Senator John Boozman, a Republican from Arkansas, seated directly across from the president at this roundtable meeting as they talk about some economic issues, especially those facing farmers. At the conclusion of this, we do expect President Trump to take some questions as well. So we're going to keep listening in as this roundtable continues.
Always remind them, food security is national security. So this is important for so many different reasons. And again, I appreciate you for recognizing that not only now, but when you were campaigning in your first election, how you treated the farmers in your first administration, and now stepping up. So we look forward to helping you if we need some additional help, looking to Congress or whatever, we'll be there for you. So
we're taking in so much money with the tariffs now that it's such a pleasure. Without it, we wouldn't be able to help you. We're making a country, we're the richest country in the world now. And, we have a big decision. Hopefully we're going to get the right decision. It's such a big thing in the Supreme Court right now. We have a lot of bad people opposed to us, people that hate our country. Other countries are involved, some real sleazebags that I know, political sleazebags. And they're trying to take that away from us. And we have other methods, but they're not as powerful. They're not as quick. Some of the wars that I solved wouldn't have been solved using those methods. So it's a very important thing, the tariff. The decision of the Supreme Court's a very important thing. And Scott, we can do it other ways, but it's slow and it's cumbersome, and it doesn't have the power. It doesn't have the national security power that we have. So I hope we're going to be successful. That's all I can tell you. Austin, please. Thank you, John.
Well, first of all, President, thank you for the selection of Brooke Rollins as Secretary of Agriculture. That was a big first step.
You want to keep her?
Absolutely.
Can I
absolutely
butt in and second that? She's not only her, but her staff does a tremendous job.
I agree.
And
remember eggs? Remember we came in and
absolutely
the people in the media. I'm going to be nice. People in the media were 3 days into offices here, right? They're saying egg prices are up like 90% more than that. And I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. Anyway, she got those prices down to below what they were before. She's doing a great job. Now beef is starting to come down, and some other things are starting to come down. Again, we inherited these problems, but we're getting them down. Go ahead, please.
She's a fact-based decision maker, and the egg issue is where I learned about her. She said, we're not going to use a vaccine that doesn't work. We're going to develop a vaccine that does. Right. And that is 100% what it takes. And so we have to make decisions based on facts. And President Trump, the trade issues, I want to thank you for exposing what other countries are doing to us. Yep. I want to mention one specifically for the benefit of Kevin and Scott. I hope they're paying attention to it, but the European Union deforestation regulation, where they are imposing on our landowners rules that were established for Brazil, and now they're telling the American farmer what they can and can't do on their own land through this European Union deforestation regulation.
What does that tell? Explain that.
They are telling the American farmer that if their timber is cut and they are going to use...
Congressman Austin Scott, a Republican from Georgia, speaking to President Trump right now as this roundtable continues. We are out of time here if you're watching on Fox 35, but if you're watching on Fox Local or on YouTube, we are going to continue our live stream, continue to listen into this as we expect President Trump to take questions any minute now. So if you are watching on Fox Local, our coverage will continue right after this short break. We'll have more Fox 35 News Plus in just a minute and continue to listen in to President Trump as this roundtable continues at the White House. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon, and we'll see you next time.
Fast, okay?
Thank you very much, President. We love you.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, every day it's something else.
A country that can't...
Cyclical safety net, thanks to the strong leadership of Senator Bozeman and our colleagues in the House. We also included the Farmer Act, which was my bill to make crop insurance more affordable. These tools will kick in next year.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are continuing to listen in to President Donald Trump hosting this economic roundtable at the White House. Let's get you back in and listen in here.
And I want to thank Secretary Bassett and Jamison Greer. They're tremendous, and they're negotiating hard out there for farmers and ranchers. And I know it's because you're setting the tone. But this is that bridge, and so we need to come back to Secretary Rollins. Thank you. Your leadership on this was vital. And Mr. President, you're right, they love you in farm country out there. All you have to do is drive out and see the flags and
the signs all over the fields.
On the hay bales, right?
It's a great honor. They're great people, the best people.
This is really important. Really important for our farmers and ranchers. Thank you very much.
You're doing a great job too, John. Thank you. And whatever we need, we get through the Senate, we get through the House, we'll get it done. I think we'll start maybe with Court Hollow, and you come from a place that I'm very happy with. Iowa.
I hail from the great state of Iowa. You know, I'm surrounded here by some of the greatest farmers in the area and from across the country. Anything from rice farmers, we've got all sorts of cotton farmers, everything. Everything is here represented so well. And first off, from me, I want to say thank you for this bridge payment. It's Christmas early for farmers. And just to kind of have an icebreaker here for the story, I've got a 2-year-old little boy at home. 2-year-old little boy and a 4-month-old little girl. And the other day I was reading my little boy a story at night, putting him to bed, and he said, "Daddy, I don't want Santa Claus to come to our house for Christmas. I want President Trump." and I think, Mr. Trump, I think you brought Christmas to farmers. With this bridge payment, we'll be able to farm another year, help us get by. It's such an honor to be here with you. I lost my grandfather and our hired hand in 2002 in a farming accident. And he instilled in me at an early age to love the land, to take pride in what we do.
Was that a machine accident?
It was a machine accident. And it gets in your blood to farm. It's in our blood. Despite what happened, I want my 2-year-old to farm. I want my 4-month-old daughter to have an opportunity. And what you're doing here in DC is working. You have a backbone to stand up to other countries for trade. You're getting things done. Tax provisions. I'll be able to potentially pass on a farm to my children because of you. Ethanol. You're working for ethanol. Trying to get E15 year-round. We're dealing with California. Prop 12. Let's continue to work on that. I think we can have a lot of domestic product used here in the country, and we can keep America first, and you're good at that. That is who you are. And if we keep that E15, you could have the biggest...
E15 is a big deal?
E15 is a great deal, year-round.
Okay.
You could have the biggest stamp. I did that. Trump did that, and we would thank you. Farmers would love you more than anything if we could continue that. Continue to use domestic product, use the byproducts, and even be able to export to other countries. And so what you've done here, and just having us here in the White House with you, sitting beside the Secretary and all these other great individuals here, what a true honor. And I will take pride in this meeting, and I will take this home for many generations to come. And because of what you're doing, hopefully them generations can stay on the whole Bland farm.
Well, we're going to bring you into the Oval Office when we're finished, okay? The farmers, nobody else, just the farmers. And we'll take some pictures. Our representatives also. We have to let them, because they're doing a great job, John and Austin. We appreciate it. You're doing a great job. Meryl, go ahead, please. Tell us about rice.
Rice. Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. And my friend, the secretary, you have an incredible lady right here. She really is. Along with being a mother of 3 and a wife, I run my family's agribusiness, Kennedy Rice Mill, in a little town called Rouge, Louisiana, about 1,000 people in the northern part of the state. We employ around 150 people taking rice from the field to a finished product, supplying some of the largest food companies that many of you would know here domestically, but also abroad. And my sisters and I, because there is 4 of us, right? I'm the youngest of 4 daughters, started our own rice brand a few years ago to just tell the story of American agriculture that hadn't really been told before. But I wish I was here under better terms. I'll tell you, I think the rice industry thanks you sincerely for what you have done for the California rice market and to Japan. It has been monumental for our industry. But us in the South are really struggling. I mean, this is not just a crisis. I would say it's almost a market dynamics that really are true anti-competitive nature, right? So it follows what you sent out this weekend. And we do believe that countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working, but we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. You can't do that.
There's a WTO case against India
Give me
now.
the countries if you could. Go ahead. India. Who else?
So India.
Mark it down. Which is good.
Yes, sir.
India, Thailand, China into Puerto Rico, not into the continental U.S., but into Puerto Rico. Those are the main culprits.
So Puerto Rico used to do a lot of business, and now you're
100%. Puerto Rico was U.S. based.
All right.
And
so
now
easy to settle. Okay.
But there's others too, and I can get you a full list.
Get me a full list. Yeah.
Of course I can.
All right.
So.
Go ahead.
So truly, this is a national security issue. I think you put it just perfectly. And so I want for all of us in the room to know that rice is more than just a commodity. It's a currency in many of these countries.
And you love rice, right?
I love rice. Yes, I'm going to get you to love rice too. The next time you're not going to have a button for a Coke, you're going to have a button for a rice.
Get a little bit of rice.
But
the farmers love what they do.
That's true. Well, our farmers can feed this nation and many nations abroad, but we need fair trade, not free trade. Yep. And so we appreciate what you've done today. We appreciate what you did in the big, beautiful bill. I mean, my word, you really changed reference prices, and we're hopeful that we can even move that further. I know that rice prices right now are the lowest they've been in over 40 years, so we're going to struggle. We're going to max out on our payments probably. So that's something that I know those in Congress can potentially help us with to change. But again, we appreciate everything you're doing.
That's solved so quickly with tariffs to these countries that are illegally shipping. It's solved. Your problem is solved in one day. Mm-hmm. That's why we have to win the Supreme Court case. Mm-hmm. In one day, that problem's solved. It's so unfair. They go out of business. They put everyone out of business. That's what they did to our car industry. We lost more than 50% of our car industry because of that. We lost our chip industry. It went to Taiwan because of that. If you had a president that said, no, you can't do that, it's 100% or 200% tariff on chips if you make them outside of the United States, we would have never lost our chip industry. But we're going to have 40 or 50% of it back very shortly because they're all coming in now from Taiwan. They're building chip companies. But it's the same thing with rice. Thank you, darling, very much.
Thank
really
you.
Nice. It'll be good. We'll get it solved very quickly. We just need the countries. We just give us the names of the countries. Yeah. Tariffs again. It solves the problem in 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've bought the largest brands at retail too, right? So they have an incentive to subsidize their products so that they can keep it on the shelf.
Yeah, who did that?
The Indians own the 2 largest brands.
They won't take care of it. It's so easy. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, President Trump. How are you?
How about keeping it on farming?
Well, your team answered all of my questions on farming, but I do.
Do you have a farm
Mr. President, in the interest of affordability with this aid package, I assume that that's something you want consumers to see before midterms next year. How quickly will that affect prices at the grocery store?
Well, I think the prices are going to be going down already. I mean, the prices are way down. We brought prices way down from what it was. We inherited high prices. We inherited the biggest inflation in the history of our country. That means prices going up. And we brought it down very substantially. Now inflation is essentially gone. We have it normalized, and it'll go down even a little bit further. You don't want it to be deflation either. You have to be careful. But we brought it way down. We had inflation that was the highest in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I say the history. 48 years is pretty bad too, right? So we're we're solving those problems.
President Trump,
We're bringing them way down, yeah.
Would you consider MAHA incentives for farmers that go by MAHA guidelines?
Well, a lot of the farmers like those MAHA guidelines, yeah. So, I mean, they do. We like MAHA. How do you feel about
Yeah,
that?
let me answer that. So this is another reason, I didn't mention it, but this is another reason I think that what we're moving into is a golden age for agriculture. As Secretary Kennedy and I, and across our cabinet with the president's leadership, focusing on making America healthy again, the undergirding foundational effort in that is our agriculture industry. It is our farmers and our ranchers. So as the new dietary guidelines come out in early January, where USDA alone spends $400 million a day on nutrition programs, that's a whole other SNAP, fraud, et cetera. But when you think about what a market mover that is, as we begin to move the market toward more locally produced, American-made, healthier products, closer to the schools, the hospitals, et cetera, you again begin to open up so much of the market for the great products produced by these farmers instead of ultra-processed foods out of a box. So there's a lot that's going to be coming on that as well. I'm really excited.
I have one more question. It's not related to farming, but if you'll entertain. I'm Kara from Lindell TV, Kara Kashnov, and I'm not fake news, just so you know. And everybody's talking about the pipe bomber over the weekend, the suspect that was taken into custody. I reported on Biden's kangaroo court for 4 years, and this is an important question to me. Everyone knows that J6 was a Fed's direction to set you and your supporters up. So my question is, what's your gut instinct about the new pipe bomber suspect taken into custody? Does your instinct tell you that he acted alone? And also, Mr. President, how do you feel about the lead prosecutor on the pipe bomber case? Jocelyn Ballantine is the same prosecutor that allegedly asked the J6er to lie to frame you for J6 when you did nothing wrong. What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that question. It's sort of a statement, and I appreciate it very much. Jocelyn is being looked at. They all have to be looked at. What they're doing is so bad. This was a whole Democrat hoax. The whole thing was a Democrat hoax, and it's all being looked at. I appreciate that.
Is this the final aid package, Mr. President, or is more expected? Is this the final aid package, farm aid package?
It depends on where we go. China's buying a lot. Other countries are buying a lot. And, you know, the interesting thing about the farm, they don't want aid. They want to just have a level playing field. No, please. I've seen that more with farmers than anybody else, any other industry, right, Deb? Right. We've seen it more with farmers where I've had meetings like this, primarily in the first term, and we did a great job. We turned it around. This is going to be the golden age. But the farmers don't want aid. They want to have a level playing field, because if they have a level playing field, they'll do better than anybody else. They're better than anybody else. Our product is incredible. Our machinery is incredible, right? I mean, we do have the best machines. It's a very big statement I made, though. The environmental excess that we have put onto our tractors and all of our machinery. Do you all agree with that, by the way? Oh, yes. You don't
It's got to go.
It doesn't do anything except make the machines break all the time.
Yeah.
And I must say, I like to buy old machinery. I said, buy old, because it's better. The new stuff is terrible. It never works. Never works.
Mr. President, you said that you would have no. Mr. President, you said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegseth now says.
You said that. I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
You said that you would have no problem releasing the full video. Okay, well, Secretary Hegseth.
No, whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
He now says it's under review. Are you ordering the Secretary to release that full video?
Whatever he decides is okay with me. So every boat we knock out of the water, every boat, we save 25,000 American lives. That was a boat loaded up with drugs. I saw the video. They were trying to turn the boat back to where it could float. And we didn't want to see that, because that boat was loaded up with drugs just like everything else. But every boat we shoot down, and I don't know if you know, we're 92 or 94% down in drugs coming in by the sea. And we're trying to find who are the 6%, because I don't know, people aren't liking to drive boats right now loaded up with drugs. But every single, think of that, every single boat we shoot out, on average, we save 25,000 American lives. Do you feel okay about that, Court?
Keep us safe.
Okay. I know my men. What about you? Are you okay with that?
I'm totally fine with that. Are you committed to releasing the full video?
Didn't I just tell you that?
You said that it was
You're
up to
the most
Secretary Hegseth.
obnoxious reporter in the whole place. Let me just tell you, you are an obnoxious, actually a terrible reporter. And it's always the same thing with you. I told you, whatever Pete Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
Touching the midterms
and I just have a quick question. There's at least 20 House Republicans who have either said they're going to retire or not run again. Do you
And
have any
Democrats
concerns
also.
about the
And Democrats
Right.
also.
Do you have
Well,
any?
why don't you mention them? How many Democrats are going to retire?
Do you,
How many
Well,
Democrats?
well, that's what I was going to ask
Yeah,
you.
but
Do you
why don't
have
you tell me
any
the number of
concerns?
Democrats too? You
Well,
tell me
are
about.
you concerned about the narrow margins? And
No, I'm not concerned. I think we're going to do
Congresswoman
well.
Is among them, and
We will have the
Nassau
greatest
County
economy.
Bruce Blakeman, who you know as well, is considering running for
We're going
governor.
to have the greatest economy in history. How many Democrats are retiring? How come you only know the Republicans but not the
Because I
Democrats?
came prepared to ask you a question about.
No, you're
your-
unprepared because you should know the Democrats. You're totally unprepared. Go ahead.
Well, can I ask a quick follow-up
Who you with?
about?
Who you with?
I'm with New York Newsday, and I also have a quick follow-up. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is among those who is running for
She's
New York
great.
governor.
She's great.
Bruce Blakeman, who you also know
He's
is
also
National-
great.
Are you planning on making any
Well, I'll
endorsements?
think
or
about it,
any
but he's
choices?
great and she's great. They're both great people. We have a lot of great people in the Republican Party. Go ahead.
Can I get back to farming?
Yeah,
So you talked about the profitability issue, the machinery playing a role in that. I know fertilizer plays another role in that. A lot
Right.
of that, the way I understand it, it comes in from Canada, different countries like that. What are we doing to bolster domestic fertilizer production to help make that more affordable? And then I think that will transition
Well, one
down
of the
pipe.
things, a lot of it does come in from Canada.
does.
And so we'll end up putting very severe tariffs on that if we have to, because that's the way you want to bolster here. And we can do it here. We can all do that here. But I would say what you do, you put very severe tariffs on from coming into other countries. You'll be making your own fertilizer very soon.
In fact, Secretary Burgum, this cabinet is so remarkable. Instead of just seeing each other every month, we're literally talking every day, multiples of times a day. But our Secretary of the Interior, I, and Secretary Bessent and others, we have a whole plan in place, including the reshoring of fertilizer and the opportunity to do it in America. Having said that, we've also, per the President's guidance, issued a directive. These fertilizer companies, the seed companies, the equipment companies, all of the above, as our farmers have struggled year over year, the meat packing companies continue to make, a lot of money, hand over fist, a lot of foreign-owned companies. So that's why the President has been very unequivocal in saying we got to figure out why all these input costs are skyrocketing and all of our farmers are struggling, which we're going to do.
So
That is a
when they
great
take-
question and
When
very
they take like
important.
fertilizer out of the country, all of a sudden we don't do it anymore. Then they start charging and sending the, very high prices from other countries, whether it's Canada or somebody else. We're not going to let that happen. Okay?
Mr. President, on the quality of foreign produce, you spoke about soybeans and how the quality here in the United States obviously is a lot better.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, is the default of this administration, because that's an issue I understand with root vegetables, citrus as well, is the default of this administration that even if it's a little bit more expensive homegrown, you will choose homegrown over cheaper produce abroad?
I like homegrown. Some things we can't grow because we don't have the heat. There are some things, little delicacies, or maybe not such delicacies, but they grow better in warmer climates, very warm climates actually. But for the most part, I like homegrown.
Mr. President, thank you. One on this announcement and then one on foreign policy, if I may. Are you open to tapping into tariff revenue again should farmers find they need additional relief to get to that level?
Yeah, I am. If we're going to make the farmers so strong, and I'm not even talking about financially, because they just want to be able to produce what they can produce, and we're going to make them so strong that it will be indeed a golden age for farmers.
And then on Russia and
We had it going in the first administration, and then Biden came in and ruined everything. They had no idea what they would. They did. I mean, I think they hated the farmer. I love the farmer.
And
That's
then-
why I got 94% of the vote from the farmers. But they hated the farmers. I love the farmers. Go ahead.
And then on Russia and Ukraine, obviously your administration has been having talks with each side. Given that there is no peace deal at this point, will your administration stay engaged in those talks to effort a peace deal?
We just want to see people stop from being killed. We don't, as you know, Joe Biden gave them $350 billion. You know what I gave them? Nothing. I did give them javelins at the beginning and knocked out a hell of a lot of attacks. But and Obama gave sheets. Remember, Obama gave sheets and I gave javelins. But no, we have a great situation going over there, except for one problem. You got a lot of people dying, and I want to see that stop. So you have mostly Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. Last month, 27,000 soldiers died, mostly soldiers. A few people from the dropping of a missile in the middle of Kiev or wherever, which is a terrible thing. But mostly soldiers. 27,000 soldiers died last month. That's what I want to see stop. We, as you know, we now sell equipment to NATO at full price, and NATO takes that equipment and probably gives it to Ukraine. I guess they could give it to others too, but for the most part, give it to Ukraine. And they're working with Ukraine in terms of distribution of equipment, missiles, etc. But we aren't spending money. What we are doing is spending time on a humane basis. We want to see if we can stop the killing of 27. It would have never happened. This war would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. If I were president, this war would have never happened.
President, do you support the Paramount deal that you talked a lot about the soybean purchases? You've talked a lot, obviously, about China's soybean purchases. Some lawmakers from North and South Carolina have raised concern that U.S. tobacco farmers were told that China would not purchase flu-cured tobacco this year. Has that come up in your conversations at all?
I haven't heard that, but we're doing well. The tobacco people, because of the deals I made, they're doing very well. But that could be, if it's the case, I can get it solved very quickly.
Do you President Trump, let us know how you settled on this $12 billion or $11 billion plus one more $1 billion figure?
We looked at how they were hurt, to what extent they were hurt. We did a very, steady progression of charts, and we figured out a very exact number, and it was about $12 billion. Okay.
President Trump, if you had one Christmas wish for America besides making American farmers great again, what would it be?
I would say very simply, I go by a statement when people ask that question. Remember that question was asked to Ted Kennedy, and they said, "Well, what are you going to do to make America great?" And he couldn't answer the question. I have a very simple: we're going to make America greater than ever before, and we're going to do it through a series of tariffs, intelligent taxes, and incentives. And our country has never been stronger. We've never had anything like coming in. We have $18 trillion coming into our country right now. There's never been anything like it. And if you ask me that, I'll say I just want to keep doing what I'm doing because there's never been anything like that happen.
Do you support
the biggest number ever in history was $2 trillion, and we're at $18 trillion. This is money pouring into our country on building car plants, on building AI plants. We just want to keep doing exactly what we're doing because nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the world, not just our country. There's never been, Scott, would you say that's right? There's never been anything like the investments coming into America.
So this is a record year. Record year.
Do you support the Paramount deal, sir?
On healthcare, Mr. President, 22 million Americans are expected to see their healthcare insurance premiums start to rise by the beginning of next year.
You're talking about because Obamacare is so bad?
Yes, well, sure, because the Obamacare subsidies are expiring. Are you going to do
because
any?
Obamacare is so bad.
What is the Republican plan? Are you going to let that happen on your watch?
What I'm going to do is, if the Democrats go along with it, which they don't want to because they want to make the insurance companies very rich, okay? I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care instead of paying to the insurance companies, their stock has gone up 1,700% in a short period of time. Did you know that? 1,700. You wish your corn went up, right? But the insurance companies' stock has gone up by 1,700%, 1,800%. They're taking in trillions of dollars. I don't want to pay the insurance companies anything. And I know a lot of them, but they're owned by the Democrats. And the Democrats have, Obamacare is a setup to make insurance companies rich. And I want to pay the people, and I want the people to go out and buy their own health care. And that's what we want to do, and that's what the Republicans want to do, because Obamacare is a disaster. And I said it 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, it was always a disaster. It's bad health care that's too expensive for people. And now your premiums, and you said it better than I said it. You said the Obamacare premiums are going to go up. They're going way up. And what I want to do is have the money. And you know who's getting that money? A lot of it is the insurance companies. I want the people to get the money and go out and buy their own health care. And everybody wants that, right? Okay.
When Mr. President's putting that bill on the floor, sir.
Do you have any reaction on the fine that was imposed to X by the European
For what?
Union? To X, to the platform X, the fine that the European Union imposed?
Amazing. You're talking about, is that European Union or is it, who did that? European Union or UK?
Yeah, European Commission.
Whoa, that's a nasty one.
Do
I
you
don't
consider it
know.
an attack?
Elon has not called me to ask for help on that one. But no, that's a tough thing. I don't think it's right. No, I don't think it's right. I don't see, how they can do that. No, I'm not. I'll speak about it later. I'm going to get a full report on it. Look, Europe has to be very careful. They're doing a lot of things. We want to keep Europe Europe. Europe is going in some bad directions. It's very bad for the people. We don't want Europe to change so much. They're going in some very bad directions. That was a big thing.
You directed a review of the childhood vaccine schedule, possibly to match what is on par with peer nations in Europe. Would you support ending federal mandates and just making those recommendations for schools?
You're gonna have to say it again.
As far as the vaccine
Louder.
As far as the vaccine schedule for children, would you support ending the federal mandates and making it optional for schools?
Well, we're looking at a lot of things having to do with vaccines and with the different. I think we take like 88 different shots, all wrapped up in one big glass of stuff like that, and we're going to be reducing it very substantially.
Do you support the Paramount
It'll be safe,
bid, Mr. President?
but we're going to be reducing it very
Do you
substantially.
support the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers that came
I don't
this
know enough
morning?
about it.
You spoke about Netflix last night, saying you have concerns about them.
I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. I want to do what's right. It's so very important to do what's
The
right.
Paramount deal is supported by Jared Kushner, Mr. President. Would that impact your decision?
If Paramount is, I don't know. I've never spoken to him about it. He's really trying to work on Gaza. I think his primary thing is Gaza.
If you're making house visits on Christmas Eve, as he suggested, does the Beast need to be fitted with sleigh rails?
You want to answer that question?
Absolutely. We should put sleigh rails on the Beast, yes.
Madam Secretary, do you support that?
Go ahead.
That Republican plan that you just talked about when it comes to health care, when do you expect Republicans to put
Oh,
that
we're
on?
looking at it very strongly, and we're also going to the Democrats and asking them to do it. The Democrats want to make the insurance companies rich. They're all paid off by the insurance companies. A tremendous amount of the insurance company funding goes to Democrats. Why don't you ask that question of the Democrats? Because I would love to do it. I'd love all of the money to go to the people. They go to the people. I put that out 2 weeks ago. It became #1 viral. People love it. I want the money to go for healthcare, to go to the people and let the people buy their own healthcare through an account. They can buy their own healthcare. And everybody loves it, except for the Democrats. And you know why they don't? Because they're paid off by the insurance companies. Okay, what else?
Yeah, Alina Habba says she's stepping down as U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey after the courts disqualified her. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, she's not disqualified. You've got a blue slip thing that's horrible. It's a horrible thing. It makes it impossible to appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney, and it's a shame. And the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves that they allow this to go on, because I can't appoint a U.S. attorney that's not a Democrat, because they put a block on it. So if you appoint in Virginia or in New Jersey or in California a U.S. attorney or a judge, I mean, a judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats, because they will put a hold on it. If I put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. attorney in New Jersey or to be U.S. attorney in Virginia, we have Democrat senators, they will not approve them. And this is a gentleman's agreement that's lasted for too long, and it doesn't make it, especially in light of what's going on today. It means you can't appoint a Republican U.S. attorney, and we don't play the same game with them, but they do. And I hope that somebody speaks to Senator Grassley about doing something about the blue slip, because I'm telling you, John, I put up great people, top people, highest education, the best lawyers to be like U.S. attorney, and both senators, it only takes one, But if they're Democrat senators, they say we're not going to approve it. I had a couple of them say, why don't you appoint Democrats? All because Senator Grassley, with his blue slip stuff, will not let anybody go by. By the way, the Democrats have violated the blue slip provision on numerous occasions, but we don't do it. And what it means is, I guess I just have to keep appointing people for 3 months and then just appoint another one. And it's a very sad situation. We're losing a lot of great people. We have about 7 U.S. attorneys who are not going to be able to keep their jobs much longer because of the blue slip. Because unless, I think I know why they did that, to protect their ass. Okay, that's why they did that. But it should be done away with. I want to be able to appoint the most highly educated, the most respected people. They can't keep their jobs because of the blue slips. Terrible. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. The farmers, let's come into the Oval Office. All right, Deb, come on. We're going to go into the Oval Office. You're going to see what a real office is.
President Trump finishing up taking questions at the White House at that economic roundtable where they talked a lot about farmers and agricultural issues and an aid package going to help them. Let me give you a live look right now. This is the plane crash that we've been monitoring in DeLand. We know 2 people were injured and taken to the hospital. We are also watching this hearing going on, getting ready to get underway in Tallahassee right now. This is the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee, where a state senator, Tom Wright, who you see right there in the middle before that shot switched, getting ready to, among the other items on the agenda, getting ready to ask state lawmakers to request an state audit of the city of Daytona Beach. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get into more of that on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
All right, motion is adopted.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you inside this meeting, a joint legislative auditing committee in Tallahassee, a group of state representatives and state senators hearing considerations and requests, from state lawmakers asking for operational audits of different localities across the state. We just saw a vote for in approval of an audit of the city of Miami Beach. This next one we are expecting to hear is Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority. The one after that, the one that we are keeping a close eye on this afternoon, is a request from State Senator Tom Wright, who is actually on this panel, who we will hear from shortly, expected to ask the state to approve an audit from the Auditor General looking into the city of Daytona Beach. Now, there was a city audit that found a lot of issues with Daytona Beach, including underdocumented spending on travel, a number of other issues that have come out with these state or city-issued credit cards, the P cards, and some questions about the spending there. So we are waiting for that, and we expect that to begin any minute now. These are going fairly quickly, so we want to listen in. It does look like lawmakers are having some questions about the request for an audit into the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority, but we will go ahead and listen in as this state committee continues to convene live right now in Tallahassee.
The internal audit, those were the dollars that were only by the city, not the entire DDA, and that audit was completed last week. However, we want this audit to look at the full operation of the DDA.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative Hinson, you're recognized for question, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Representative. After reviewing what limited amount I could review, your letter mentioned an article that the mayor wrote. Is this request a response to that letter, or did the mayor ask for a request for this audit?
This was, I reviewed the article that was published in the paper, and I spoke to the mayor, and I've spoken with the mayor regarding the audit, and he fully supports this audit of the Delray Beach DDA. Thank you very much, Representative Hinson.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, thank you for your presentation. We have a member from the public wishing to speak. Laura Simon, you're welcome to take the podium if you like.
Good evening or good afternoon. Thank you for having us here, and thank you, Chair and Committee, for your service to our state. And thank you, Senator Bernard, for your concerns with our organization. I am the Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority and have served since 2010 and Director since 2016. I am born and raised in Delray Beach too, went to high school there, and I am love with Delray Beach and invite everyone to come visit. However, today, just wanted to be here present, and we have just completed, as recognized, that you have in your packet, a thorough audit of the Downtown Development Authority's scope of services, which was expanded. The city gave us a responsibility to run a cultural or art center in the center of our downtown, which is Old School Square, providing funding. This happened in 2022, so we've been operating that for the past almost 3 years now. So it's a 10-year agreement that we are currently in, and the mayor back in July presented some, actually appointed himself to our board and presented some findings or some questions to us that was raised during our budget timing, and wanted to have more information. So the recommendation from the commission was to conduct this audit. So it's been a very thorough process, very, very good, and very enlightening for us. We've minimal findings, but we are very well aware and very well on our way to curing those findings as well. And we welcome the Auditor General to come in and work with us if so be.
Thank you very much, Laura, for your comments. Appreciate you being here.
Happy to answer questions.
We have a question. Yes, sir, Senator. You're recognized.
Thanks. What are some examples of the things that that you need to cure?
So there is our procurement policy, some of the findings are mentioned in your backup, that updating our procurement policy to be in line with more of the services that we're currently providing for an cultural arts center, which is arts and entertainment, concerts, museums, as well as enhancing our credit card policy, and also working closely with the disbursements. So we have disbursements as we just creating more of a stronger policy with our check processing and financial administration.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Representative Henson, you recognize?
Based on what you're trying to cure now, what problems did the mayor have that conflicted with what you're trying to cure now, or were there conflicts?
So the questions, from what I understand, and what was raised at the dais was questions around fraud, misuse of government funds, and that was presented prior to the internal audit. And once the city's auditor, this is an employee, so once the audit was completed just last week and presented at the city commission meeting, those questions were asked of the auditor, and all findings were no. And also, just to add to this, we are in the middle. We do an annual financial audit and have been doing this for our existence, and every audit has come back clean.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you. Jim Knight?
Sure.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Thank you.
You recognize, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jim Knight, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. I am the chairman of the DDA Downtown Development Authority Board, and I wanted to talk some more about on the larger, broader type things, and that is that there's been some discussions about potentially doing away with the Downtown Development Authority, which was established 54 years ago, and that was established to create parking, and the DDA has worked very closely with the city for many years, actually donating land to the city for parking and so forth. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that I think it's just a little, maybe just clarification, I guess is a better comment. And that is that 75% of all of our revenues come from the businesses and the property owners there. I am a taxpaying.
Continuing to hear folks talk about the request and the audit of the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus while we are waiting for Senator Wright to talk about the audit request for Daytona Beach. So we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. This is State Senator Jason Pizzo asking a question right now of officials with Delray Beach. And as we have heard a request for a state audit of the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority. What we are standing by for and waiting for is Senator Wright to stand up and ask for a state audit of Daytona Beach in Volusia County. The city there has had some issues with spending, a lot of questions surrounding its use of the city issued credit cards, the P cards, and so we are waiting for that. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this committee meeting continues in Tallahassee. We expect the lawmakers to take a vote on Delray Beach here in just a second, and then they will move on to the request for Daytona Beach.
Direct support. Is it accurate that your overhead is 60% of your budget is salary, benefits, and administrative costs?
That's correct.
Why?
I would defer to Laura Simon, if you don't mind. She's the executive director.
But you're the chair that has to approve these, right?
Yes, the whole board approves it. But
here's my question. How do you measure the ROI on the $2 million that you guys get to use every year?
Because they're putting, the 60% of the staff and so forth, that is running the most important assets that the city owns, which is the Old School Square, which is one of the properties that the city owns there. The $2 million, I'm sorry, is outside of that. There's money that comes from the city, which they've consistently reduced. It was started at $1.2 million, and now it's down to about $700,000.
How many square feet is the center that you're running for $100,000 a month? How many square feet?
So it's actually $700,000 now, and it's 5 acres of property, and it's where we do all the events, the Cornell Museum. It's the old historic high school that's there, and so we have events all year long there. And the staff that is that 60%, and I know it looks like a big number, and it may seem like a big number, but if you look at...
But Mr. Knight, respectfully, it's not a big number if you tell me that the 5 acres brings in $18 million a year in revenue based on the events that you guys are conducting. I just want to know what the return is. So they're giving you $700,000 to run the place. How much do you generate a year from that 5 acres that they've handed responsibility over to you for, sir?
And so it's pretty much a break even. It's not making money on that portion of it. In fact, we're in the process of turning it over. The city took over the Old School Square a couple of years ago, and it went dark for a couple of years. And they went out to an RFP, and nobody showed up to want to do it and run it. And so a former chair of the DDA said, hey, why don't we look at running it? And we've been running it, and if you were to speak with 4 of the 5 commissioners at Delray Beach, they say we're doing a phenomenal job. And we're in the point right now of transitioning. We want to transition out of it. We don't want to run Old School Square anymore. We think it's better to be run by a private agency as opposed to a taxing authority, so forth. So we're looking to hand that off sooner than later. And if the city can come up with, we've had discussions at the board meeting, just recently we voted to go ahead and make that transition.
And the last question, Mr. Chair, the original genesis, or the reason for the formation, I think you mentioned, was for parking.
Correct.
But it's morphed a couple times. 2003, some other changes. Have you guys run your course? Like, have you completed what the original mission of the DDA was?
If the 15 acres, if from Swinton Avenue all the way out to Atlantic, if that balance of it, so if that had been developed, yes, it would be run its course, but it's not developed yet. We're here promoting businesses. We just had Atlantic Crossing. We just had Sunday Village just open up. These are very large projects, and these people actually have asked, including the Aloft Hotel and so forth, asked to be included in the DDA because they think there's a good return on the investment for those businesses.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Henson, you recognize for a question, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is the DDA set up? How is it set up? Is it set up by the city commission, or how did you become a DDA?
Yeah, so it's a separate taxing authority. It was put together by the city commission. The city commission does approve our budget every year. And so, am I missing something? That's via state statute, I'm sorry.
The state set it up, not the city? The answer is?
Yes.
Yes.
The state.
So it's the state and not the city. So is the city and the DDA working collaboratively, or are you independent authorities?
We're independent authorities, but we do work in collaboration. Like we're running one of the larger assets of the city, being the Old School Square Cultural Center and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the city help guide your agenda, or is it, like I said, independent? I mean, do they work with you to develop this area, or you do it on your own?
It's together. It's the CRA, it's the city, and the Downtown Development Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Daniels, recognized for a question, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So for clarity, you are set up by state statute, but the city approves your budget? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we have to come in front of the city every year, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your comments.
Time.
Senator Bernard, welcome back up, sir. You are recognized to close, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, the state created this monster in 1971. It's been 54 years. And so I believe that this is the perfect time for the state to do this operational audit, working with the city, working with the DDA. So in that way, we can make sure that we can bring some of these budget issues in line with the state, the financial management, and the spending for the DDA. So I urge your support of this audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you. Senator Wright, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee direct the Auditor General to perform an operational audit of the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority. The Auditor General, pursuant to her authority, shall finalize the scope of the audit during the course of the audit, providing that the audit-related concerns of Senator Bernard are considered.
Seeing no further questions, do we have any debate, any comments? Seeing none, Cindy, please call the roll.
Representative Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Davis? Yes. Representative Gossett-Seidman?
Yes.
Representative Greco? Representative Hinson?
Yes.
Senator McLean? Yes. Senator Pizzo? Yes. Representative Plakin?
Yes.
Senator Simon? Senator Trunow? Yes. Senator Wright?
Yes.
Representative Yarkowski? Yes. Vice Chair Broder?
Yes.
Chair Tremont?
Yes.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
Congratulations, Senator. Thanks for being here. Next item is a request from our own Senator Wright for an audit of the city of Daytona Beach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Today I bring forward a matter of significant concern regarding the city of Daytona Beach and its management of public funds. Over the past several years, a series of troubling financial management practices have come to light within the city. These concerns are no longer isolated incidents. They reflect a pattern of questionable fiscal oversight and internal controls. As this committee is aware, the city has accumulated substantial and unnecessary surpluses in building permit revenues well beyond what is permitted under Florida law. These funds by statute must be aligned with the actual costs of permitting services, not used to generate excess balances or redirected towards unrelated purposes. The city has also made questionable vehicle purchases tied directly to these excess permit funds, raising the possibility that spending decisions were made to avoid statutory limitations rather than meet public need. Beyond the issues related to building permit revenues, separate investigative reporting has revealed a troubling pattern of P-card irregularities, including vague or misleading missing justifications, inadequate documentation, questionable expenditures, and insignificant internal controls to prevent misuse. When combined with the building permit issues, these findings suggest systemic weakness in the fiscal oversight that warrant attention. These issues collectively raise serious questions about the city's compliance with state financial laws and its stewardship of taxpayer dollars. An independent JLAC-directed audit would provide clarity for taxpayers, determine whether state law has been followed, and help ensure responsible, transparent management going forward. This is not about assigning blame. This is about restoring public confidence and ensuring accountability. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the Joint Legislative Audit Committee initiate an official audit of the city of Daytona Beach. I believe an audit is both appropriate and necessary to address these concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your continued leadership and commitment to protecting the integrity of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any questions from the committee for the senator? I'm sorry? We'll do that when we get after the question.
Unfortunately, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Got to pass things off to the 407 coming up next here on Fox Local. But we are continuing to track this. We will have updates on Fox 35 News this evening. We will also have more coverage of this tomorrow on Fox 35 News Plus. So that this starts at 11 a.m. We've been streaming for 5 hours straight here on Fox Local and YouTube. And we appreciate you joining us. Again, you got to hand things off now to the 407, starting at 4 o'clock right here on Fox Local. But we'll have more coverage of this issue and the request for an audit of Daytona Beach. So have a good one.
From Fox 35 Orlando, you're dialed into the 407.
Welcome to the 407. I'm your host, Marlisa Goldsmith. I hope you are ready to kick off your afternoon with a jam-packed show. We have a very special and scaly guest joining us from the iconic Gatorland. Just by watching today, you'll be part of history at Gatorland because you're going to help us name it. So get those phones ready because the moment you see this little guy, the voting will begin. Plus,
we were at lunch and they said, what are we going to do? And I said, why don't we skydive?
If you need a dose of inspiration on this Monday, a group of Central Florida seniors isn't just talking about their bucket list, they are conquering it. Lauren Margolis is introducing us to a group of local seniors showing us why you should never put off your dreams. But before that, we need your help. Go ahead and choose the news. See this little QR code? Scan it. We have 3 stories buzzing across the internet right now. You can also head to fox35orlando.com/your407 to cast your vote. Just pick whichever news story you want to see. First, a floating library. These books are making a big splash just outside of the 407, where you can see this rotating library on water. Or, no headlight, no problem. What police had to say about this homemade fix. And soccer in the sky. The match played thousands of feet in the air. Whichever story gets the most votes, we'll reveal later in the show. Again, that's fox35orlando.com/your407. It's time for our top 4 at 4. Here are today's 4 most talked about stories. First, fined for frames. What you need to know about the license plate frame ban. Next, wings and sliders are the new steak dinner. Third, apparently the age you actually become an adult is a lot older than we once thought. And fourth, Houston, we might have a problem. There may be too many satellites up there. Russ Rollins from Real Radio's Monsters in the Morning is joining us on this Monday. Hi there, Russ.
Hey, Marlisa, how you doing?
I'm good. So good to see you this afternoon. Thanks for being here with us. All right, ready to kick things off?
Yeah, do it.
Here we go. First up, Russ, get ready to say bye to those license plate frames. You know the one I'm talking about. A new state law going into effect on January 1st makes it illegal to cover, hide, or alter a license plate, which means most of the frames we see around the 407 are illegal. Can you believe this, Russ? Are you riding dirty right about now or no?
Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like the license plate is there so they can read it. And if you cover any part of it, it makes it so they can't read it. So, I mean,